We are starting streaming.
Oh, I thought that was you cranking up the engine on the. This is Dan.
That's Dan washing clothes. That is Dan washing clothes. I have a
No,
poodle
that
who
was me
is.
getting stuff out of the freezer.
Oh, good lord!
Apparently, I should eat. Apparently, a penguin bar is not enough to keep me going through the day.
No, it is. It is not.
That's a shame. Hello, everyone, and welcome to. Well, welcome to Bruships 177. Sorry we're running a bit late, but you might notice that the things which I normally use, I have to admit, the things which I normally use, which normally are there to tell everyone exactly, you know, we started putting in the things to try and sort of show people who's on the chat and who's talking, as well as me, which we managed to get working last time. I tried to shoot for the moon and get out of some sort of cool avatars, or at least some cool things working for them. And that didn't work. So I'm then trying to reset up the previous system I was using, and that's not currently working, but I might be putting in wrong. So I'm just trying to deal with it a second, but I didn't want to let it go live too late. I have a poodle who has decided he's going to be incredibly affectionate today. I have just washed his ears out, so I'm presuming that's why. And yeah, we have Dr. Dan, and we do have the lovely Fleet of Oceans as well. Or
I am your regularly scheduled guest.
As I prefer,
I am the regularly scheduled guest on Bruships, just like Alex is the regularly scheduled guest on Ramblings.
And questions are now open according to my system. So the bot should be working, everything should be working. And we do actually have something for you guys to start off with, because Gerigi, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing Gerigi right, that's how my cousin who's called Gerigi pronounce it. And when I say cousin, they are a married into the family cousin. They should know their place. Married into the family. Yeah. Married into the family.
Nope, not even going to approach that one with a 10-foot pole, but moving swiftly onwards I think is probably the best.
No, they're good. They're fine. They tried to take out my Titan Horde the other day. They got wiped out. They should have learned their lesson. You need more than some puny Eldar forces to take on my Iron Wolves. More than puny Eldar.
I see.
It was quite sad for them.
Well,
They landed on the map in between my Iron Wolves and my mum's Blood Angels.
Yeah, should we perhaps, get to the question?
Basically, we should probably say a small prayer for them at that point. It was a kind of case of, which way are you going to get annihilated? That force, which has more Terminators than you have units? Or that force, which is a full legion? Let's see what happens to you. Anyway, Gary's watched my recent F3 video. And they're going, well, if you put 1,500 tons, using the 1,500 tons extra, and if you reduce the conning tower weight, and you drop the torpedoes, and you maybe remove the secondary and change them for all AA, you could have put in the power that, and maybe mucked around the hull, you could have put in the power that could have made them up to 28, 29 knot ships with their 16-inch guns still. Now, hello. What do you think? What do you two think about that? As I presume you've watched the video.
No. Yeah. Well, I do. I think I've missed bits of it. I've caught most of it, but I think I've missed bits. What I will say is, even it's important to bear in mind that yes, you could do what you're suggesting, but you'd end up with a ship that is lacking key capabilities and aspects of its protection that wouldn't be still available in an F3 design. That's the key thing here. Yes, you can do what you're suggesting, but what you end up with is a ship that is less well protected against things like underwater damage, doesn't have torpedoes at a time when such things are still felt to be useful on capital ships, especially capital ships like a battle cruiser, which might be expected to operate overseas, may be on extended deployment. It may end up, let's say, it may need to conserve ammunition, so it might use its torpedoes to kill things like merchant ships or wounded enemy combatants. There are lots of things here but the main thing is the loss of torpedo defense and protection against underwater attacks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a way of min-maxing a ship for a particular thing that actually you wouldn't do because in real life you need it to be more of a compromise.
Yeah.
And additionally, sorry for joining late, guys. Additionally, for axing the torpedo defense at a time when torpedo bombers are coming over the horizon.
Yeah, that's going to go down well with the Admiralty.
I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, we intend to operate the ship with a tight enough fleet screen and a good enough secondary pool where destroyer boats and torpedo boats are highly unlikely to get within their weapons release range. But then now you've got aircraft coming in. Yes, they're primitive, but they're still there. Are you going to be able to guarantee a effective defensive network for aircraft as you could torpedo boats and destroyers?
In the 20s and early 30s, you cannot. There will always be leakers. Just because of the way that anti-aircraft firepower hasn't caught up with aircraft yet. Like there was a point in the late 30s where anti-aircraft firepower catches up to a point where you can go single carrier strikes are no longer an existential threat. They are now a threat that can be managed by a fleet's anti-aircraft protection. But prior to that, there's a point when a single aircraft carrier showing up, even with a limited number of strike aircraft, is an existential level threat to a fleet. Because you can never guarantee you're going to stop everything that carrier sends.
Jonathan Moon, unfortunately, just because of I've had a really disrupted sleep schedule this week for whatever weird reason. I did not get the full implementation on the cooldown system set up. Sorry to break in here, but so there's no response message. Generally speaking, if you did not receive that question received at username message in response, the bot did not catch your question.
Yeah, but just to very quickly get back to what I'm saying, as I'm sure me and Ruin are basically harping on about, like I said, like there is a period where a single carrier, even something like Eagle or Rougeau showing up to a fleet that does not have its own carrier, and the one side has a carrier, the other does not, is basically we're going to, some of our ships are going to take hits, whether bomb hits or torpedo hits, and there is just nothing we can do about it. And at that point, the calculus then really does become, we cannot afford to have this ship not have reasonable defense against torpedoes and underwater explosions.
It's the fun kind. It is the fun kind.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed,
it usually is the fun kind.
I'm having fun with this. I'm reinstalling this, and I'm sorry to be quite so quiet at the moment. It's literally I'm trying to build this so it does the whole display in it. And Discord's overlay system is basically going, we don't want to talk to. You have to be in a server now.
Oh, okay. So we'll just move over to the server channel.
Yeah,
that's easily done.
Do you mind moving to the my chat channel? And if I think you can get in there, can't you, Runon? Can you get everyone else in there?
Everybody should be able to get in here. Fleet can get in here. The only question is Dan.
Yeah, that's the kicker.
But Dan's a mod, so he should be able to get in here just fine.
Yeah. There should be no problems for the hover, as they say.
Have I moved across?
And if not, he'll just send us a message and I'll get him in here.
Okay. Yep. All right. It now started working.
Hey, thank goodness.
It's always fun.
And when things work, we have fun here. This is what we like to see.
Yeah. There you go. And now in, and Dan's here. So yes, everyone is here. Whew. It's working. Sorry about that, everyone. I'm trying to make sure I'm including everyone and everyone knows what's going on. And the system was just going, I'm going to completely, I'm not going to work for you at all. I'm going to be as difficult as I possibly can. Key release. Let's see what the question is. Black Horse. Were the British battle cruisers like HMS Vincent and Queen Mary from Jutland a design failure or a doctoral failure like Ocean Design said?
Neither.
Oh, well, you see, that's a completely different design set of trees. So you've got Invincible you could argue is a design failure, because doctrinally she should never have been there, because she wasn't designed for that kind of fight. There is a myth which goes around that British battlecruisers were designed to fight other ships. They weren't. They're designed to fight cruisers, if they're battle cruisers of the Invincible class. They're economic warfare vessels. They're not really supposed to be fighting each other, and they're definitely not supposed to be fighting battleships.
Yeah, if they're indefatigables, they're designed to fight nothing, because, well, if you sneeze at an indefatigable, it explodes. I know I'm cherry-picking here, but those ships had no business fighting.
Queen Mary, though, is a battle cruiser.
Yes.
So the thing is,
the Queen Mary...
her thing is, it is partially doctrine failure, in terms of especially their gunnery and safe ammunition handling doctrine. But it's also... The thing is, it's complicated. With Queen Mary, the thing I often point out is if you consider... The example I tend to give is Tiger. Okay? Because...
Tiger just takes a battering and she just goes, no, I don't. I choose not to feel this.
Yeah, she basically just carries on and chooses not to be awed by it. But to be fair, that's also because Tiger is... And for want of a better word on this one, Tiger's captain has also ignored completely the rulings and discussions of BT on ammunition handling. In fact, Tiger's captain basically spends this is one of the reasons I did bring it up in my video about Tiger. Brought it out several times. Despite her theoretically being the most powerful ship in the battlecruiser fleet, she should have therefore been used as a flagship for BT. Every time BT tried to suggest moving to her, the captain had another reason why the ship should stay as a private ship. And basically, the whole reason was the best way for him to keep his away BT's staff's ideas of ammunition handling and what's important for ammunition handling was to keep them as far away from his ship as physically possible.
Yep, that's basically that's the long and short of it.
And the thing is, what Queen Mary had was they had a group of officers who were good officers. And how do I put this? The trouble is, there are good officers and there are officers who are... How do I put this? Let me put it this way. You all know... The personalities you know best in terms of naval history are myself and Drac. You can imagine that I would hope to say we'd be pretty good officers if we were in the Navy. We'd do our duty. But you could also probably imagine us being slightly independent in our bent. In that we're probably not going to follow all the rules and instructions you put down unless we're sure they're good. So the informal rules and instructions, i.e. not the regulations, but things like, oh yes, you should be doing this to increase your ammunition, your rate of fire, but which we know are bad for ammunition handling. Could you imagine me or Drac following?
No.
The question is, could you also imagine me or Drac if you kept putting on that thumping the person who kept suggesting we should do it, which is where we'd be bad officers. But no. The thing is, you can be a good officer and follow the rules, and you can be a good officer and sometimes know when to disobey the rules. You can still be good officers. It's not saying you're a bad officer. It's just saying that, unfortunately, Queen Mary's officers were of the type who were going to do the honourable thing and follow what their admiral said.
Indeed.
And let's be honest, it had worked fine at Dogger Bank. It had worked fine at Dogger Bank. And Dogger Bank comes very close to, perilously close to being an absolute disaster for the Germans. Frank Bell, they didn't keep the newest, latest ship out of the fight. Basically, HMS Tiger was in the fight, quite happily in the thick of the fight. It's just she wasn't the Admiral's flagship. The ships which were kept out of the fight
Tiger takes a great deal of hits.
Yeah, there were some...
And she takes hits that when they hit other battle cruisers in the squadron cause explosions, but because she's handling her ammunition correctly, the shock does not set off cordite, which is stored where cordite should not be.
No. And there are actually ships which were kept back. This is what I discussed when I did the Battle of Jutland video. The Royal Navy has R-class battleships, which are not at the Battle of Jutland, but are actually already in service. And this is one of the things. The thing is, they do that, and they still have more battleships at the Battle of Jutland than the Germans have battle cruisers, battleships, and pre-dreadnought battleships combined.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly, the Royal Navy can afford to keep their newer ships back for gunnery training and making them better. They can afford it. But Tiger, basically, Tiger was just, her crew was just doing their level best to make sure they didn't have BT aboard. Which, can anyone here in the chat honestly blame them?
No.
Does anyone in the chat blame them for not wanting BT?
Oh, no, of course not. He's not exactly what I call the smartest cookie in the drawer.
Why is it forgotten the World War I R-class submarines were the first SSK hunter-killer diesel-electric submarines? Because they weren't.
Because they weren't.
Yeah.
Yes,
they were designed.
They are a genesis point, but they're not yet the full Monty by any stretch of the imagination.
An SSK, a conventional diesel-electric submarine, is a vessel that is designed to operate primarily submerged, has usually guided weapons as its entire complement, so guided torpedoes, guided missiles for surface attack, which a lot of SSKs can do nowadays, and even in the days where the SSK was becoming a new thing, with things like the Guppy refits of the Whiskey class, the Romeo class submarines, the UK's O-boats. Again, yes, they had weapons to deal with surface targets, but they had the key thing that makes them able to become hunter-killers is guided anti-submarine torpedoes. That's the thing here.
You have to remember, the sub-on-sub kills in World War II, and even the ones in World War I where the submarines were on the surface, were done thanks to the mental maths of the crew on board firing dumb weapons that explode on contact. It was just... Honestly, it's like the underwater kill with torpedoes done by a submarine in World War II. That
was insane.
That is the greatest combination of hubris, luck, skill, chutzpah, everything you can imagine in one go. I mean, seriously, I'm surprised that boat could actually surface with the weight of all the crew were carrying between their legs. And that's me putting it as nicely as I can to my little cousins watching. Because literally, all of them. That one is one... If they'd
incredible use of ASDIC. It's incredible use of ASDIC.
You're firing the torpedo from almost... how do I put this? You're firing the torpedo and the torpedo tubes at an angle which they weren't technically designed for. And if they go wrong, flood your boat. Yeah, it's just... No! No, in nicest way, if you want to... That is a story which deserves a movie made about it, but unfortunately, if you ever did make a movie about it, you'd probably find the sub would be made into an American sub, or there'd be an American girl somehow put aboard the submarine.
Yeah, there's also the...
We all know it would happen.
Yeah, there's also the fact that this was done entirely under ASDIC, with no... the periscope wasn't even up. They just...
No.
There was no visual sighting at all. It was just...
And it was done entirely by listening, not even by ASDIC, not active.
Yep.
It's
hunter-killer in concept, not hunter-killer in reality.
Yeah. It's hunter-killer by fortune of circumstance, not by reality. Matthew Clarence. During the Cold War, were there any plans to blockade Soviet merchant shipping? Whatever Soviet merchant shipping there was in the world was going to be hoovered up very quickly.
Yeah, and you can't blockade the Soviet Union.
You can.
Well, no, you can, but it doesn't have the same effect on the Soviet Union that it does on other nations that we like to talk about, like
well,
the
yeah,
British
it's kind of
and
like blockading America. It's kind of you're talking about a place which is a continent. There is
like,
a
and
bit of a
people say,
difference.
oh, but what? And people say, oh, but what about the food shipments? What about the food shipments? The Soviets can't feed themselves. And I sit there and I tell them, there is a difference between the Soviet acceptance of some of the flaws of Soviet doctrine in peacetime and them throwing that out the window for practical food production in an actual full-on shooting war.
Hello. Why is there a Zebedee
Like-
being so loud behind us?
Like, that is just the fact of life. There is, like, if you're going to defeat the Soviet Union in a conventional war during the Cold War,
Follow her.
it's going to
Check she's
happen.
doing what she's supposed
It's
to be
going to
doing.
happen on land.
Check your phone, you might see some good news.
And keep in mind, too, Soviet Union, as dumb as I like to rag on communism for being, I would be absolutely shocked if they did not, at least on paper, build up very deep stockpiles of rare earth materials that they could not find easily within their borders.
Well, the big problem you have for the Soviet Union, if you blockade it, isn't so much the food, because they have bread baskets. The Soviet Union had Ukraine, it had Eastern Europe, all these things. They had food supplies, not necessarily in massive quantities, but as long as they had decent harvests, they'd be okay. Their big problem wasn't even rare earth materials, it's quality of ores. You see, it's like coal. The coal you get from Russia is very much available, but it's not really the best sort of coal. In terms of its quality, and in terms of its how dense the energy that you can get from it. So this is the problem for the Soviets. The Soviets have a lot of stuff, but they don't necessarily have access to the best quality of the stuff. It's the same with fuels, and aviation fuel in particular. But honestly, my view was always with the Cold War was if it stuck conventional, it would last for about 6 to 8 months before it would peter out, because both sides would run out of ammunition. Because neither side
and wherever
really had the stockpiles of ammunition they needed for longer than 6 months.
Because both sides knew that if it was going to be decided conventionally, it would have been decided conventionally before that point, and negotiations would have already begun.
And if it was going to be decided nuclear, it would be decided before that point.
Yeah.
But the problem, the problem comes if the war does last for longer. If the war did go on for, let's say, longer than 6 months, then you start to have problems, because for both the Allies and the Russians, the issue becomes tube artillery and tube production. Now, why does that become a problem? Well, because whilst the Russians might have stockpiles of artillery, they don't have the facilities necessary to reline tubes of the quantity that they're going to need to service all that artillery. And because when you activate your reserves, especially your level C armies, remember, the Soviets had the Guards armies, the Type A armies, the Type B armies, and the Type C armies. And I've even seen papers which refer to Type D armies, but I'm not quite sure if those are actual formations or they're formations which basically march on paper. The thing is, when you are mobilizing all that force, there's going to be attrition of forces you're going to lose, and guess which of those armies is the most serviced and has the most newest equipment, and is going to be going to combat first? The Type A armies. And that means you're probably going to be left relying on Type C equipment quite early on, and the Type C equipment is the older equipment which requires relining and repairing more often. It's fun. It's all fun. Is there a problem, sister?
I wondered where it was. I was looking for it.
What are you looking for?
The bear.
The bear? You found the bear? There's the bear.
He has to go in his box tonight.
He will do. Sorry, my sister tends to forget I have a live every Sunday night and decides to start doing things around me at this point.
Sorry.
You're not
At least it's not moving benches.
No, it's not moving benches anymore, thank God. We're not doing that.
Moving benches?
No, go away.
When did I
Don't
move-
get the idea. Don't start thinking about it. Go now. We're not having this happen again. Go. Go.
Go now. Go now. Go now.
Yeah, she's very happy with her new t-shirt. Oh. Sisters. Cody, A, guards, B, regular, C, reserves, and D, new conscripts. Yeah, the guards? Yeah, the A's were also the shock armies as well. But we'll leave that one.
Yeah.
So, and...
Anywho, Chandelord Chandel, question 90. How good of a feature do you think the dorsal hangar doors are for the Venator? In my opinion, they are a frigating waste of time. For what the Venators are and how they are optimized, they're a great idea. Because you can essentially barf out your entire strike wing pretty much as soon as you can get the things moving from zero.
Yep, the Venators, without the dorsal hangar doors, the Venator, as we know it, just does not work.
How they fight the Venators, typically, it's questionable, but I think it's one of the things of, if you look at how the Venators tend to be used in the non-cinematic events, it's a great idea. But if you look at the scenes in the opening of episode 3, it's a questionable idea. But then they also have the hangar doors, which are heavily armored and shielded.
Yeah,
So
I would like to point out that in the Battle of Coruscant, that is basically the Venators are doing their secondary role because they have to, because the Republic's mainline capital units that would otherwise engage in that are not there, and this is basically, oh good lord, the Separatists are over Coruscant, get everything.
Yeah.
Yes. The Venator's supposed to be standing off distance and going fighters.
Yes, and getting any leakers that come through.
Yeah.
But the Venator can and is perfectly capable of being a frontline capital ship.
Yeah. This is why I still think in nicest way. Dan?
Formidable, by any chance? Just wondering. Was one of the Venator class that was, closing and engaging like that called Formidable?
Might have been.
I don't think so.
If not, should have been.
Should we?
Gregory, when you can figure out how to do private messages on YouTube, you let me know. YouTube does not appear to really be set up for that.
This is why we have a Discord server as well as YouTube.
Uh-huh.
So I can occasionally deal with private messages and go, hello, what's the problem? Or I can go, Yes, today we are live with Dan, Fleet, and Runon. And
hello!
Who knows at what point, or who knows how many people we'll have at some points. But yes, it's a case of, it was a fun thing when we start talking about the Soviets. And Venators. What are your thoughts on the rule of waves? You previously mentioned a dislike for its ship designer. Could you elaborate? Well, yes. Anything which has its turrets come out looking how they regularly do on Fleet's channel when he's showing off Rule the Waves on his channel, I think is probably a nuts program. Honestly, the turrets don't look like anywhere they should be. Don't get me started on their carrier design. And Lord help me when it comes to anything which looks remotely like a ship. Okay? It's just terrible.
Yeah, but I would like to point out that that's just the looks of the designs. The actual meat and bones of the simulation is actually in how the ships function, and there is no better way to simulate the managing of a navy from 1890 through to 1970 in the world, and I will stand by that statement. UAD doesn't even come close to holding a candle to it.
If I wanted to play an Excel spreadsheet, I'd play around with Excel. Now, leaving that to one side.
And you would.
Me and Dr. Clarke have very different opinions on that particular piece of software, in case it's...
Yes.
Dr. Clarke, if you wanted to play an Excel spreadsheet, I hear the graphics in EVE Online are much better.
Oh, don't get me started on the EVE Online. We're not allowed to play that anymore as a family. we were doing.
So
too
you
many
were
nothing.
responsible. So you were responsible for the Fountain War. I wondered who it was.
At one point, there was something like 200 members of my family playing as one giant clan on the game, and we are apparently one of the more annoying clans because we're literally family, so we do not stab each other in the back. Otherwise, you have to deal with the fact that the aunts will collectively come for you, let alone your mother, whoever that one is. How my family have stayed loyal to each other and not got into internecine strife over centuries. Literally, the aunts will come for you. How many troops do you have? That won't be enough.
I mean, let's put it this way. That's not out of line because some people have literally gone and cut their opponent's power, datacom, put malware on their machines. So aunts showing up is actually quite polite and nice, relatively speaking, and totally legal.
Yeah, what they do to you might not be legal. We'll leave that to one side. So why is it naive that, from Knights of Girion, why is it naive that a more successful Taranto, like one done by 27,000 ton Illustrious, the size it should have been, i.e. an implacable class, and HMS Eagle, won't knock Italy out of the war? Let me put it this way.
Well, I feel like, well...
It won't... Let's put it this way. How do I explain it? So, if you have a Taranto whereby it's successful enough that you actually do knock the Italian battle fleet out of the war permanently, they're not just knocked out for 6 months, they're knocked out permanently from the war, and that then leads to a situation where the North African campaign gets wrapped up relatively quickly. Those two things combined could well be enough to destabilise Mussolini's leadership enough that there is a change of government in Italy. That could well lead to Italy dropping out of the war.
However,
But
it's
the
also
thing is,
important that nothing in history is set in stone.
That is a lot. That is a lot of events happening. That is a course of events, and there are options at every single point along that route of things that are going to fail.
Like, for example, let's say that does happen, and then the Italians do the funny with the two battleships at Alexandria, but this time they actually notice that they've succeeded. Suddenly, oh, wait, what do you mean the British don't have any capital ships in the Mediterranean?
Yeah, because if you knock out the Italians in that such force and you manage to win the North Africa campaign, you probably also see a liberation of the French areas of North Africa, and then you set up a rapid safe travel zone along the southern shores of Africa, along the southern shores of the Mediterranean, right? So you can rapid transit ships through there, or rapid convoys through there, with air bases all the way along, providing protection, and possibly minefields as well at certain points to keep submarines at bay, and rapid them through. You can support, if you've got the southern shore of the Mediterranean and you're supplying Gibraltar, Malta, it's very easy. It's very quick.
Yeah, and of course, but of course, let's not forget nothing is set in stone. Like, Taranto damages the Italian fleet pretty badly, and obviously, an improved Taranto damages the Italian fleet more heavily still. What it doesn't do is even the most optimistic and best Taranto ever that could ever take place ever is still not the Italian Navy ceases to exist.
No, it's the Italian Navy's battle fleet ceases to exist. Although, as you all know, I have a theory that Giulio Cesare, no matter what you do, survives. No.
I just need to point out
before anyone wants to argue with that one, just quickly before anyone wants to argue with them, look at the map of the battleship's positioning in Taranto Harbour. Look at where the Giulio Cesare is, and then think about doing an air attack and work out how, with torpedo bombers, which are the only things which are going to sink a frigging battleship at this point, you are going to line up on the Giulio Cesare without hitting another battleship. Literally,
congratulations!
It is going to be the sole surviving battleship of the Italian fleet, which will probably end up with it one-on-oneing fighting warspite. So then we'll see what happens then.
I do just want to
My
point something
money
out.
personally is on Warspite, but I think it's going to be a tough fight because Giulio Cesare is not going to go down easy.
I do just want to address something in YouTube chat. Montana, what made you think that Hosh would look good in that particular form when she doesn't look good in any particular format of
now,
video?
Just a minute.
You know I'm right, Fleet. You know I'm right.
If we already decided
You are
that,
absolutely not.
we've already decided that if we do the Minecraft server for Shipshape, which Runon is graciously going to admin for us, Fleet is going to be leading a team building a Minecraft Hosh. I'm going to be leading a team building a Minecraft HMS Eskimo. And Drax's going to be leading a team building a Minecraft HMS Warspite. And we're all going to see which one of our ships does better versus the Ender Dragon.
Well, that would require a great deal of mods.
May or may not be replaced with Blackburns.
Now, Dr. Clarke, will your HMS Eskimo have a modular bow system?
Who knows what she'll have as a bow system? I might get inventive.
If bow stay on ship, it not Eskimo.
But we've got a few months to work that out if that's going to happen. And don't worry, Runon, you will admin it well. So, next question.
Why? Why, God? Why?
You know what? He's no longer saying no. He's saying why.
He's learned like
we are wearing
he's learned
that
Given that he's not talking, I don't know exactly who you're referring to because you know.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Damn it!
When RN Team Locker, when the Royal Navy introduces the force draft system in their ship boilers. You start having force draft come in at about in the 1890s, but they start not counting it. They start not counting it in pretty much 1903. Is when they start, not doing that. Yeah, force draft.
Strider Hell's Rider requests that we scar chat emotionally and psychically by bringing up a photograph of Hosh.
That won't scar anybody. It'll make them inspired.
Seneca, my sweet summer child. I can't live with myself if I do something fully half-assed. I would rather, fully half-keistered, because...
Good save, well executed.
No, it's a reference to horsepower type things. It's about not putting all your effort in. Honestly.
Yeah. I can't really... I either do it or I don't do it. So yeah,
do it.
I'm going to go kicking and screaming. If I must go, I will go kicking and screaming.
So an average Saturday night for you, Dan?
God, I wish.
Lord, Fleet
do you mean
having too much fun?
Do you mean this picture of Hosh? Is that what everyone wanted?
Let Fleet look. Fleet needs to look at
no,
this.
Don't let Fleet look. Yes, that picture of Hosh. That is the actual picture of Hosh. Right there. No.
Look.
Seneca,
which
I never weaponize my incompetence. I weaponize my autism. Because usually my autism is based in something that I can fall back on and say,
I'm
look.
looking for this picture of Hosh, and I do not see it.
Oh,
that one. Oh, that one. Oh, that's the nice one from Seoul. That's not scarring anybody.
No.
Not that I'm implying that the other version of Hosh would scar anybody.
Except that the other version of Hosh gives small children nightmares and old ladies strokes.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, but Cody, there is the Blackburn. There is Hosh, and then there is French interwar bombers.
Okay, French interwar bombers are lovely looking, I have to admit. Depending on
Fleet,
which one
will you
you're talking
drop?
about.
You want to take your greenhouse on the offensive.
I do actually, yes. Because they are incredibly funny. And I love them. Because they are
Fleet,
French.
I think you definitely need to at least get your eyes checked and possibly get an MRI of your occipital lobe.
Never!
Because something is
Um,
deeply wrong in your image processing software.
I disagree with that assessment fundamentally.
I mean, I already have plans. It involves dissection to try and find what's wrong with our lovely.
You'll never win!
You're forgetting. You're going to be staying in multiple hotels with Dan over in Japan.
I'm
Halfway.
gonna do not touch Fleet's brain. I need it where it is. Where else am I gonna store all my fourth wall breaking puns?
Actually, my plan was to just be trying to find the brain. I need to have a particularly powerful electron microscope.
Crikey, I really am up for one, aren't I?
I should warn you, they don't. It doesn't. These don't stop when we're traveling.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Let's see. I think, therefore, you were probably referring to Dishosh, which is just. Oh my god, my battle hotel has pills on it, pillboxes on it.
The Dr. Al Clarke YouTube channel and Twitch channel denies any liability for the psychic damage imposed upon its viewers.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that image. That is lovely.
As you can see, prolonged exposure to the host turns you into Fleet.
Just a minute. What is that supposed to mean?
What is your
Exactly
view?
what I said.
Okay, what is your view of the Tarkin doctrine? Let's move on to a serious discussion. What is your view of the Tarkin?
The Tarkin doctrine was. The Tarkin doctrine took a galaxy that was mostly happy with the idea of the Republic returning after the war, and a CIS that was mostly happy with the Republic returning, and turned it actively hostile.
The Tarkin doctrine?
Yeah. The Tarkin doctrine turned a galaxy that was willing to go, there's an empire now, nothing's really changed, and turned that galaxy into one of active hostile resistance. It was fundamentally a incredibly flawed, fundamentally short-sighted, horrifically inefficient way of running a galactic state.
Yeah.
The galaxy could have been conditioned to accept Imperial rule.
Yes.
And likely would have been able to, if, the Empire hadn't gone around reinstituting slavery, which the Republic had banned. And...
Officially.
Yeah. And, like doing all of the horrible stuff that the Empire did. All of the pro-alien policies, all of the anti-alien policies that were also tied up with the Tarkin doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
Just, why?
Because eventually someone gets too obsessed with the purity of a plan. Would transfer from a tribal still be considered the motion if, e.g., EXO was posted as CO to a newly built destroyer? No. No. If you're being promoted to another vessel, it's not going to be considered a demotion. But if you're kept to the same rank and you are moved off for tribal, it's what have you done? I think I did say that in the video. I did say if you promoted away, it was okay.
What if you go EXO on a tribal to an EXO on a cruiser?
That's technically a promotion, but there are probably going to be people looking at you going, what did you do wrong, mate?
Okay.
You went from that. Unless you're going to a town class cruiser or something like that. Something of a similar status in the cruiser force. Yeah.
Hello, guys. Don't know what happened there, but Fleet just suffered spontaneous combustion. I'm back now.
Did anyone else notice he'd gone? Yeah. What ships took the most damage when one survived? honestly, I'd probably say Seidlitz.
Over their entire career, Warspite.
Seidlitz. Let's be honest, she
That
barely
too.
makes it home. Seidlitz is literally a submarine. By the standards of the day, as she's going in, she's getting into harbour. There is quite literally more of her mass below water than there is above water. She's either a submarine or an iceberg, depending on your perspective. Do I have that picture of Seidlitz? Why do I have...
Strider, if you call that being enlightened, I'm just as concerned for you as for Fleet.
Hey, now, just a minute.
And that's saying something, because I'm quite concerned for Fleet.
Now, Robert Denner, if I can't find a picture of... let me find a picture of Seidlitz. If you can hear weird noises above my head, that is my sister. She's like that sometimes. She makes weird noises around.
Robert Dennett. Dr. Clarke, if Nelson survived Trafalgar, would he find more action, or would the rest of his career have been quiet, given the lack of historical grand battles after Trafalgar? How high would he rise?
He'd probably fall in catastrophic fashion, owing to his slight tendency to yeah,
chasing a specific skirt more than anything. Look, if he survived, the thing is, there are enough wars to keep him busy, and probably one of the things you might do is send him off to deal with the Americans in the War of 1812, 1814. Lord help the US Navy at that point, though. Collingwood is basically... Collingwood takes over the Mediterranean. He might stay in the Mediterranean, but Collingwood's far more suited to the diplomacy of the Mediterranean than Nelson is. Collingwood's more like... you might see, actually, Collingwood getting more of a break on time, so actually Collingwood might live longer instead of being worked to death, because him and Nelson might do a quick, overlap. Nelson was usually fine as long as you kept him at sea in the fleet. It was when he was ashore he went tracing ladies. When he was in sea, he was okay. So basically, as long as you have a war to keep him busy with, he's fine. Yeah. Is there a problem, sis?
No, I thought it was a serious point, so I thought I'd better not walk past with a Christmas box.
That's okay, yeah.
I have found another Christmas box.
No more Christmas decorations. No.
Look, Dan, you don't have to worry. We saved most of the Christmas decorations for when you calm down next year before Christmas. You can help us get them all out and put them all up.
Hey, McDivitt, we've got questions closed until we can chew through the backlog. Just hold your powder until we reopen them.
Yeah, Dan, that's the thing, is without your help we couldn't find them all in the attic and all the various places the movers put them, so we will need you here.
It's a scattergram.
Others.
Because we have more space here, we could put up even more. Matthew Clarence, what did the Royal Navy need to do differently to get the government to build CVA-01?
There's nothing the Royal Navy can do differently. It's just the government has to decide to actually follow through with the program.
No, there is something the Royal Navy could have done differently, and they sort of did it this time. They needed to make sure they got both sides of the political equation's backers on side. So the thing is, you need to make sure you've got the commercial interests which talk to the Conservatives on side, and the unions which talk to the Labour Party on side in that period. Now, I will say things get interesting the more you go in the future as different agreements, positions and things change. But the trouble was the Royal Navy had really lost its traditional alliances when the CVO-1 happens. And it then spends the next, I would argue, 40-odd years building them up again. And that's part of the reason why the Queen Elizabeth program is structured as it is. Because some of it is political is actually political calculations. Some of it is them going, you know what? Okay, this works, that works, we'll go this way. Any ideas on anything crazy Nelson might get up to in War of 1812? Do you think he might become an admiralty role by the end of war or retire full admiral? I doubt he would ever get an admiralty role, because honestly, keeping that man in an office in London would be the worst thing you could do for his career, and the worst thing you could do for dealing with him. But he could... what he would get up to if he was in charge in the War of 1812? Just expect the blockades to spend a lot more time doing interesting, nasty things to the places they're blockading. Or rather, trying to be more actively involved. And the thing is, if you've got people like Nelson out there, if you've got that kind of level of team you're able to deploy, there is a chance he just gets put on a blockading the French fleet. But there's also a chance that if he's, considering what he's done politically, it's considered sensible to send him far away. And so you can't send him further away than the other side of the Atlantic from the issues he could be stirring up in the UK, and still make use of him. So he's an option for sending out of America.
Listen, as the token American on this panel, I like my coffee, and I like getting rid of all these extraneous U's in all these words.
Yeah, give Nelson half a chance and a decent fleet, and you'll have the U's back. You might still have. I
don't want the U's back. We've spent 250 years trying to get rid of you.
No, but you need the U's. You need the
No,
U's.
we don't.
No, if you don't have the U's...
Don't worry.
Then you... No, if you don't have the U's, then you can't have the lambs, and then you can't have the rams. You need the U's.
Are you Welsh by chance?
No, what I am is funny.
I think you're Welsh. You got a lot of sheep on the brain there, my guy.
Basically, for both Fleet, Wales, and New Zealand, nightlife goes bar.
True, honestly.
So, but yeah,
the other thing to remember is that, of course, historically, we burnt down the White House. With Nelson there, it might be substantially more of North America that gets incinerated.
Nelson combined with Canadian troops.
I'm just thinking of the other examples would be things like
also, Nelson's senior enough, things like New Orleans might be organised properly, so it might not be the situation. It might not be a case of the army being able to dispute, because the victor of Trafalgar can get away be a lot more dominating than the officers who are out there, good as they were.
Petchington, that is the only you that I will accept in these United States.
Jonathan Moon, Kiev's class, but technically mechanically sound as a World War II escort carrier. What navy would most likely to build it, and what would be the first order of events be?
Let me get the exact wording of that question, just so I can look at it.
Kiev class, but technically mechanically sound as a World War II escort carrier. What navy most likely to build it, and what would be the first order of events be?
I mean, well, as far as I'm aware, the Kievs were Russian.
The Kievs were fine, technically, mechanically. Because Netsov is the one which has been abused to the point to which the poor thing deserves a Viking funeral.
And even then, as built, because Netsov is also technically mechanically sound. It's just the fact that she's the only carrier in the Russian Navy. And
Nightbot,
she
you tell off Petchington. Nightbot, you tell off Petchington, you know.
But
Petchington,
anyway,
what did you do?
But so the Kievs is a World War II
Nightbot, I allowed that.
First of all, the Kievs are big enough that we are well past escort carrier territory.
Basically, if the Kievs are in service in World War II with anyone, they're fleet carriers, and I'm not sure what will they replace the missiles.
That don't even need aircraft to kill what they are fighting.
If they have the missiles and all the other things, etc., and they're all working in that period, the aircraft they could carry would be a massive range of aircraft. You might want to fit a catapult, you might not, but you could carry a decent sized aircraft.
Honestly, with the next base of the Kievs, you can do rolling launch of most of the aircraft.
You could do,
era.
But the thing, if you can fit a catapult, you can do simultaneously landing and take off.
Yeah.
So the thing is, that's so much useful for efficient operations. So basically, you can do that, and you can... but with those missiles, etc., the thing is, things like Yamato, etc., would be sunk by a very large shipwreck missile, hitting them and wrecking them.
Oh, yeah, because Yamato's armor just fundamentally goes, oh...
there are very few things which can stand up to a rocket-propelled bus of explosives.
I mean, to be blunt, Yamato's missile can't even... Yamato's armor can't even defeat Harpoon. So,
no,
God knows what chance it stands against shipwreck.
just no.
All right, Blackburn. Unfortunately, the way YouTube is structured, I can't unmute you. But stop pissing off Nightbot, please. It's not hard.
To be fair, I did set Nightbot to the thing of it's 4 strikes and you get the bad one. So, Petchington, have you managed to cumulatively, over time, annoy Nightbot to the point at which you've got to the 4th strike?
No, that's Blackburn. Yeah. Yeah. Petchington has pissed it off too, but Petchington I think learned. The thing I'm annoyed about with Petchington is that I authorized his message and Nightbot
just said no.
Said no, and I'm like, Nightbot, I am a moderator. I authorized it.
Nightbot,
bugger off.
Nightbot,
sorry,
no. I am Nightbot. I'm a knight who's a bot. Tachibana subbed the class destroyer hull. Max speed before hull sheathing is needed. Ooh. Let's look it up and see if we can find... Okay. Ooh. Modified Type D of the Matsu class. Maximum speed before sheathing is needed. Well, they're at 27.8 knots. How thick is the hull plating? I have the specs in an Excel spreadsheet somewhere here.
Let's have a look.
Let me put it this way. You could not pay me to go over 29 knots in that thing before you started adding on hull plating. That thing is a war build. Definitely. That is a war build Japanese escort.
Indeed it is.
I don't know if you've got the hull plating figures in front of you, my good friend Fleet, but it is thin.
I can imagine that.
It is very thin.
I do not doubt that for a moment. I do not doubt that for an iota of a moment.
Let's put it this way.
When we say thin, are we talking kind of Kate Moss thin?
Dearie me.
We're talking Kate Moss in Family Guy thin.
Bloody hell. Apologies. That made me break the language rule then. That's the shockingness of how thin that is.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about Kate Moss in Family Guy level thin. The one who
I'm not sure I'd want to... I don't think I'd want to let it get wet. I mean, I wouldn't want to put it in the shower for fear of the metal getting punctured by the water.
Yeah.
I don't take it to sea. In that case, just sounds bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll
leave it where it is, gentlemen.
Yeah. Basically, it's sunk by U.S. aircraft, and I'm not sure how much. There's a discussion of whether they hit it with 1 bomb or 2. And it sunk with 135 of its crew. And with hull plating that thin, I don't think you'd have needed a second bomb. It still might have been hit with a second bomb, but I don't think it needed a second bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Poor crew. Being sent out on something like that.
Cody 88, the tin on my roof is thicker. Potentially.
Yeah.
What would have been the most
you could be
economic
right
British battleship design in the 1930s? Fleet, you're playing your totally accurate battle simulator simultaneously at the moment.
I am also. I am because I can do.
The name is a misnomer. The name is a misnomer.
Yeah,
I
can do two things at once. You see, I have multitasking
He claims
I am
that he can.
good.
What would have been the most economical British battleship design in the 1930s for both the war and post-war, whilst also maintaining good combat capabilities in a budget-friendly way?
The problem you're talking about is you're talking about building an economical battleship.
Basically, go for an improved, the most efficient. Go with the most efficient design you can build, which is the Nelrod design, and just make an improved version of that. Because economical by that point, if you're just producing variations on the same thing, you're not doing any design work, so you're saving that. There is no such thing realistically as an economical battleship, but if you're using a modified design rather than a complete new design, it's probably best to go that, and probably arming with 15-inch guns.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You've got. Oh, what's the word? Come on, Fleet. You engage brain. You've got the concept and the problem, and this is something of a problem, where you unfortunately have the Oh, come on, Fleet. Use. You're trying to build a battleship, and unfortunately, battleships and economy do not go hand in hand. As Dr. Clarke says, the best way you get economies in this period is you basically just almost, in essence, you throw economies out the window and just build whatever's the best design because that'll last the longest. And in this case, it is just a Nelrod again, because with the additional ability to decrease the weight of certain key components with the march of technology, such as it is, what you could fit on a Nelrod hull in the 1920s is radically different from what you can put on a Nelrod hull in the 1930s. There, I finally got my thoughts together. It took a minute, but I got there.
This is why I don't think you can do two things at once, because whilst there are some men who can multitask, they are very few.
I have my moments.
I'm also of the opinion that you can't you can't economize with a battleship because you just adopt a bad battleship.
Yeah, that's where the rub is, isn't it? That's the real crux of the issue.
I suppose you could make a coastal battleship.
Again, but that's basically just Britain loses in that case.
Yeah, it's just it's better to try and do a upgraded, probably 270 meter long. Well, no, 270. Basically, a 30-foot longer version of the Nelrod hull with the extra boilers needed. The extra boilers needed to go a bit faster, and if you can maybe get it to a 4-shaft arrangement with the weight, then that's better. And if you dropping it 15-inch guns probably allows you to get that, especially if you go with a 15-inch 45 available at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then you end up with 9 15-inch 45 guns. Probably with the extra length, you go with the C. Basically, you're recreating the type the F3, pretty much. If China got the 2 Type 2B class submarines as planned, how does that cause issues for the IJN? It does.
Realistically,
before we get stuck in on this, I'm sorry, but before we get stuck in on this, I don't know if I'm more concerned about the hull plating on that ship we were talking about earlier, or Frank Barnwell's sandwiches. Can somebody rattle off a number of how thin the plating is on that vessel?
We're talking at points it's down to... How do I put this politely? This is thicker.
Okay, I'll wait for it to pop up on stream.
Yeah.
The blade is thicker, or the whole knife body is thicker?
The knife body.
What's standard for a destroyer? Because that seems pretty chunky for plating.
Half-inch.
I was talking about this. But I unfortunately I indicated this, but I meant this bit. So we're talking...
Yeah, but...
It's down to 10
So
mil.
what's...
Less than
What's
10 mil.
standard for a destroyer?
Usually about an inch.
Okay, yep. Nope, yep.
Because you have to remember, with the trouble with the destroyer hulls, it's usually a single sheath hull. And usually you literally touch the wall in the engine room and you're touching the hull. Because that will stretch between the two.
Yeah, basically that's about the long and short of it. And also the middle of it. And the width of it.
And the fillet of it?
Yeah.
Indeed. All of them things.
And the
I'll be back. I need to go check on the manufacturer.
But very quickly.
Yeah, the submarines aren't going to do much.
If China get... Yeah, it's first of all, it's 2 submarines anyway, and even 2 of the most capable submarines in the world.
They're
2 subs.
They're Type 2B, so they're not the most capable subs in the world. And
yeah, I know.
More importantly, I would say the other issue they have is they're going to be armed with early German torpedoes, and we know how they did at Narvik, let alone how they were doing earlier on. So the thing is, it's just not going to help anything. All it might do is might make the Japanese even more confident about their ability to deal with submarines.
So even less likely to actually have decent ASW stuff.
Yes.
There may be some US fleet boats that are happy about that, especially when they're kind of cursing their own torpedoes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I would say there will be.
Indeed.
There's a whole discussion. This is what I do love about my Discord channel, because whilst people are talking on here and chatting away in the chats, etc., there's also discussion going on in the Killick chat at the moment with the same people involved talking about when would be the right time to court-martial certain people in the Royal Navy. I do love that.
Why? How did we get here?
They're basically court-martialing senior
fair,
figures.
that conversation started 3 days ago.
Yes, but it's still going on now.
It is?
Yes. Has the UK put Falklands War-sized task group out to sea on a training exercise? Not recently, because they don't have that number of ships anymore. But they did do a couple of exercises not long after the Falklands War to try and cement lessons learned and see if they could improve things. Mm-hmm. It's one of the things which is not forgotten. It is often forgotten. Is that in 1983 they do a massive exercise, which basically is a test of this was all the stuff we learnt in the Falklands War. Let's check if it works, because we've added in all sorts of new systems. How would the Royal Navy have fared in a peer-on-peer Falklands War scenario, assuming no nukes, not near peer-on-peer as original timeline?
Problem is, for it to be a peer-on-peer Falkland scenario, you
Which
basically
peer?
got to have the entire... Yeah,
Which peer?
The only peer you can have in that situation, to be blunt, is basically you've got to go, the entirety of South America has for some reason decided that Argentina is right. That's Brazil, Chile.
Oh, good lord, trying to get that lot to agree. I was actually thinking more in the nicest way if you suddenly decide to just swap Argentina with France. You know, that's what you have to do. Basically, it would have to be the French Navy or something like that. And it's just, yeah, it's gonna be which is the peer? Is the peer the Soviet Navy? Is the peer or portion of the Soviet Navy? Is the peer the French Navy? Is the peer the portion of the US Navy? What is it? The thing is, and what kind of force are they deploying? Where are they deploying? And also, how are the British going to approach it? Because if you're dealing with an enemy who's significantly navally stronger, then you might well send the submarines down, have the submarines only down there for a bit longer, sanitizing the area. You know, there are options of what you do, and the Royal Navy will play to its strengths, because even with peers, right, and so we talk about peer-level threats and peer nations, but if you look at those nations, they will have strengths and weaknesses versus each other. They might be strong in some areas and weak in other areas. One of the traditional areas Britain has been traditionally strong is in our lift capacity, i.e. our logistics and transport capacity. Now, currently governments are doing their best to get rid of that, but we'll leave that to one side. That's traditionally been an area of strength for the British. So the British have traditionally been very mobile, which is usually an advantage. If you consider the French, who are a peer and about as close to us in equivalency as you can get, in quite a few of their recent conflicts have gone to Britain going, can we please borrow your logistics assets? And the British have usually said yes, because we've had spare ones. So the French are our peer, yet they're still borrowing our assets. And sometimes we need to borrow assets from them. So the thing is, which peer are you fighting has a big effect on what you're going to do. If you're fighting the French, you go, right then. So I'm going to make them move all over the place. Why? Because they don't have the logistics assets for a toffee.
Yep.
You know, if you're fighting the Americans, you tend to be really nasty and just deploy the Gurkhas. The Americans go, but we have all this high-tech gear! You just have... I'm dead, aren't I? Yes. What happened to me? Well, we're a Gurkha. We were smiling the whole time. And this started out as an exercise. Much. It started out as an exercise. We're at war. No, for us it was an exercise. You are not considered a hard enemy. But that's me slightly being facetious, but I've also seen enough, talked to enough Americans who have done exercises versus versus the Gurkhas to know that they consider them to be something rather scary. Hello, Sangloon.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Thank you for the raiding party of six.
I'm getting raided by Sangloon. Hello. Yes, the Twitch is getting raided on Twitch.
Excellent. What an excellent proposition.
It is fun.
For Twitch.
Oh, yeah, it's fun.
Good times. Good
Why
times.
did my phone just melt down?
If only we knew the answer to that one.
If we knew the answer to that one, my friend, we'd be a lot more powerful. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Why have you suddenly woken up? And you're looking at my iron brew bottle. No, Poodle, you do not get iron brew.
Caffeine.
You're fuzzy enough as it is. So you want a poodle treat. Okay. You want a poodle treat. With the apparently odd design process... With the apparently odd design process of French ships, were good designs more luck than judgment? It's a learning process, I would say. It's a learning process for the French, but also it's a learning process of controlling their yards, of getting... The trouble is the French have a habit of producing some really good theoreticians who have wonderful theories about how to produce things. And those theories are often very good when they're applied by practitioners. But the trouble is sometimes the French let the theoreticians apply the theory themselves. Yeah, and there's a problem when that happens. Because, how do I put it? A theoretician is wedded to their theory. They have this, and they're going to go everything out to make sure they're going to follow their theory the whole way through. Whereas a pragmatist, or someone who practices it, a practitioner will apply the theory, but won't be slavish to the theory. And that's the thing. You can tell when the French ships are being designed by practitioners versus theoreticians.
Mm-hmm. That is very true. Very true, I should say.
No, if I've got Fleet agreeing with that, then it's good. It bodes well for the video I've got coming up on the battle hotels.
Now that being said, their aesthetic design is done by, I don't know, somebody who has a absinthe budget that rivals my entire yearly income adjusted for inflation. Actually, not adjusted for inflation in numeric equivalency to the, late 1800s, early 1900s French Libra?
Oh, good lord.
No, what were they using? Were they using francs?
Yeah, they were francs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I'm just looking at the exact date of it when it's coming out. When am I going to be able to unload on about all the Hosh development?
Oh, you be careful now. Don't
Are you going to excise demons, Dr. Clarke?
You be careful now. Don't you do this.
21st of January, recovering from the Junacol, a case study in making sense of the Hosh and other French battle hotels.
Anywho, from Blackheart, of course.
This is actually a point at which I want to ask everyone in the chat something. Do you think Battle Hotel or Battle Chateau is better? So I'm going to put
French. It's Battle Chateau, obviously.
I'm going to put this.
For once, I have to agree with Fleet.
I'm going to make this a poll. So if
you give too much deference to the democratic process. You give far too much deference to the democratic process, Alex, I have to say.
That's because, my friend, I believe that everything I have is thanks to the subscribers and supporters of the channel.
Of course.
And I want to support them. But also because if you've ever noticed how I run these things, the correct question will be asked, have I ever asked a question I don't already know what the result is going to be?
No.
That's the point.
No, you have not.
And before anybody on Twitch yells at me for my spelling, I am American. I don't speak or write cheese-eating surrender monkey.
Hey, now, just a minute. That's unfair to the French. the French.
Oh, yeah, I've just been reminded. I need to do an advert.
What does French leadership do? They eat cheese and they surrender. That's what the French leadership does. The French people are fine. It's the leadership that's the problem.
Okay, Runon, we have to stop you watching Al Murray, okay? We have to stop you watching Al Murray. We're just going to leave it at that.
One of these days, Runon, you will join the cult of the Hosh. It is inevitable. It cannot be stopped. It cannot be gainsaid. The cult of the Hosh is your friend, and you will accept it.
The only way I will do that is if the warp deity that is the host goes up and offers to, as I would intend to, swap my chromosomes out. That's the only way that's going to happen.
The Lord be coming upon you soon. Soon it shall forever be.
Worried sometimes.
You know how much money that would save me if that happens? That would save me a lot of money.
Oh, Battle Hotel is currently at the front on YouTube.
Oh, come on! That's so generic!
Battle Hotel. World of Warships Legends related. HMS Defiance, a 6x14-inch mini O class with a 28-knot top speed. Just a paper ship or based on an unused design? And how helpful would she have been if built?
Remember to cycle back to Black Horse's question.
I will do.
World of Warships Legends, not something I'm familiar with, I have to say. I'm barely familiar with World of Warships as it currently stands.
You don't have HMS Defiance, or you don't have World of Warships Legends?
No, I do not.
It's quite a cool phone game. I have a few. I do. I ended up with it because of well, honestly, because I do so much work with Legends people, it seemed rude not to. So I took it on.
That seems cool.
Had a go of it, and broadly speaking,
ironic.
Let's see. It seems like it's basically based on it's based on a version of the F2. Yeah, it's a modified F2 design with 14-inch rather than 15-inch guns, from the looks of things.
Why would you do it?
Honestly, I'm not quite. I haven't played this one yet with this one, but look, it's an okay design. But if you were going to build, if you wanted to crank something out quickly in 1939, and you wanted to crank out something which would use the smallest yard possible for the most bang for its buck, it is an option to do. If the Royal Navy needed to emergency build ships in 1939, but there are better options.
Yes, there are much better options.
Battle Hotel is really doing well. It's got 39%. Battle Chateau has... I added a G. I do apologise. For some reason, a G appeared in my Battle Chateau. Has got 37%. And Own Idea in Commons has got 24%. And some ideas are currently showing up.
Oh, my.
Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
What?
Oh, yeah!
Which ships took most damage in World War II and survived? Pick a destroyer,
Franklin.
pretty much. Pick a destroyer, pretty much. Eskimo lost her bow on so many occasions that, frankly, it's a meme. Nubian lost her stern. Franklin lost all sorts of things. There are American carriers which are literally burnt out internally and still brought back into service. There are British battleships which frankly get wrecked. There are British cruisers which get wrecked. There's Belfast which gets her whole back broken. Basically, it's an argument as to who takes the most damage. And everyone's going to have their argument about which takes the worst. Matthew Blarens, is there a solution that combines the reloading and seeability of an arm launchers and the mass fires of VLS? Not currently with current technology in service.
I think they're going to have to completely reconceptualize how the VLS blocks are built and engineered in order to do at-sea reloading.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
You essentially have to, from what I've been hearing on this channel primarily, is you essentially have to turn the VLS cells into like one of those traffic jam puzzle game things where you have at least 1 to 2 cells, quotation marks, open so that you can move the cells around and reload them with like a ramped slot in so that you can do it safely in permissive sea states, i.e. something that is not in an atoll somewheres in a flat calm tied up alongside a replenishment ship with cranes. But that's going to take up more deck space. It's going to take up way more hull volume. It's going to be a challenge for the weapon designers to make happen, and they may just decide that it's not worth it to make it happen, especially as we start to see powder-based gun weapons come back into vogue, and directed energy weapons come into effective service.
Just for those people, those who are asking, World of Warships still does have a wiki. It does have Armchair Admirals. It takes place on Twitch, I think, only now, and they're doing okay as games go. But also you are right. It needs to be a major redesign of basically the VLS system, and because even the VLS system, the reload system we have at the moment, when you realise you have to take the cells out, I have to take the cells out first before you can load the cells in, and so you have all sorts of system problems. You almost. It's going to sound strange. You almost need it to, especially with quad pack cells. Well, they're so fragile, the missiles, when they're in the cell. They're so fragile in those circumstances. Things which do impossibly high speed maneuvers in the air are so fragile when you're handling them. It's going to require What is going to set a phrase I normally absolutely hate, but is actually very accurate in this sense, a root and branch redesign of quite a lot of the systems which go into VLS. And I don't think there's yet the money or the effort behind it. At the moment, it's more lip services being played to the concept than actual work.
I think it'll be interesting to see what, because I don't think the design's been finalized yet. At least I haven't seen anything about it being finalized for CGX or DDGX, whatever, the Burke replacements.
Yeah.
What changes we'll see to their VLS systems. I think that'll be a reasonable indicator of what direction NATO at least is going to be headed with regards to VLS reloading and replenishment at sea or at a forward operating anchorage.
Carl von Gersberg, the problem is that you need a crane aboard your ship as well as on the you just put, you think VLS peripherals, VLS like you have on the submods is the most reloadable. You have both the system to get the materials to your ship from the other ship, and you also have the crane aboard the ship, which helps with reloading the VLS cells. You need a crane aboard your own ship to stabilize it properly, because you can't stabilize from two vessels in open water. So, yeah, it's yeah.
The only other way that you would do it is, I think Drac mentioned this in a bilge pumps many movies, I think, is essentially some sort of weird modular pontoon or hull sponson that you essentially take off as a cartridge.
Ah, yes, you're talking about the concept for the Arsenal ship, the uncrewed supply vessel, which comes out with VLS and then goes back, reloads, and it comes out with more, and you just keep cycling them back to the ships. That is an option. Yeah. Basically, you do a trimer and hull or something similar. But
then I think, as he pointed out at the time, you now have to have a whole escort and logistics chain for that escort to escort those sponsons from the front lines to wherever it is that they're going to be reloaded.
Yep.
Unless you have, I don't know, an LHA-esque vessel that can take them in and reload them internally, that can stay with the fleet train, but at that point you're adding so many layers of complexity. Is it really worth it?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It is fun. The other idea is you design an LPD, which is the same size as a modern US Navy aircraft carrier, and it's big enough the escorts can actually has a big enough dock that an escort can actually float inside it to be reloaded at sea. And I'm not even joking, that has been an idea put forward by people. I know at least one US Navy officer who is advocating for that.
That, I hate to see what the design committee does to that. I really hate to see what the design committee does to that ship.
It would be a beautiful idea if it was put through. Nice to go everyone. How did the French and Italians respond to a Deutschland class with 8.3-inch guns?
Well, the Italians don't really have to respond because it's not something that's really there to threaten them.
And besides, they have heavy enough 8-inch cruisers that, frankly, any Deutschland trying to get close to them is just goodbye, sayonara.
Yeah. But what I would like to say is that the French will basically just go, oh, the Germans have built something. Well, this is a perfect excuse for us to restart capital ship construction.
Yay. Here come the Dunkirk.
And you'll see Dunkirk and Strasbourg.
That's basically the French way.
Yeah.
Now, I think... Give me a second.
That is basically it. The the French response to any new German construction was going to be Dunkirk and Strasbourg, because Dunkirk and Strasbourg are the most capable things they can, you know.
They can
Yeah,
build.
And also, too, the French have both a quantitative and a qualitative edge when it comes to capital units and cruisers over the German Navy post World War One. It's kind of like okay, so we just need to build more of what we already have. Okay, here's the check. Go do it.
Yeah, it's not really that much of a.
Like the French.
The only difference between a Deutschland armed with 210 and a Deutschland armed with 11s, with 210 and a Deutschland armed with 283, is basically that one is carrying more smaller guns. You've not really fundamentally changed the ship, its mission, or anything else apart from that one fact.
And as much as I rag on the French, because I'm American, and that's what we do, they don't, in the interwar years, they don't really have that much of a problem throwing money at their arms industry.
No.
No,
They have a
the arms industry does fine. It's just the actual army that gets a short stick.
They have more of a problem of actually getting their, for lack of any better phrasing, Joint Chiefs-esque organization to implement the new developments that they have spent the money on.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the problem comes in. It's not that the French don't have this technology or that technology, or they're in this field or that field. It's that they haven't updated their everything from tactics to strategy to leverage that.
Yeah.
For various reasons, some good, some questionable.
I'm having fun. My camera's decided to freeze on me.
Yeah. I think I get where the question's coming from, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. It's the problem with the Deutschland class was that they were fairly explicitly surface raiders, I think. It would be fair to say. And the fact they got given the 11-inch guns was
Deutschland class were Baltic
battleships
and some, Baltic heavy cruisers.
As we were talking about earlier, the number of considerations when you're building a battleship are so huge. You don't just build a battleship in response to something, to one thing. So the French are as much building their Dunkirks so that they can go and bully the Italian heavy cruisers as they are anything the Germans are building. Even if they might use as the kind of the sales pitch the German stuff. So yeah. I don't know. Don't think I've got any other thoughts.
No.
No, it's just fun.
You might see Brandon Larson. You might see Intrepid make a comeback, but realistically, Yorktown Hornet and Bonhomme Richard are going to be consigned to LH Stars. They actually may leave Bonhomme Richard on ice for
about a couple of seconds.
An extended period of time.
I think I'm going to need to restart OBS for a second.
Because of how the last one was removed from service, shall we say?
You can hear me, yes, but OBS has decided to go completely frozen on the imagery. And a few other things as well.
All right. Next question. Seneca Nero. Would Dalrymple Hamilton break the sound barrier with your fast Nelsons?
Can you hear me?
He would certainly try.
Runon, can you hear me?
Well, no. The thing is, he doesn't have to.
I don't know if
Because
anyone
it's
can
got a
hear
fast
me.
ship. He doesn't have to burn
They
its
can hear
engines
me.
to catch up.
I don't
But
know
he
if they
will.
can hear me.
Yes, because there's no
I
such
don't-
thing as too much speed when you are Dalrymple Hamilton.
The meme is, it must go faster.
Yes.
Run on.
And I think that's a fair enough kind of position to hold. I don't think he has it as a kind of what's the word?
They can't hear me. You
To
can
the
hear
extent
me,
that he
chat, but they can't.
wouldn't
I'm going to have to
have,
restart things. Can someone please message them that I'm restarting
other
OBS?
consideration.
Hey, Dan, Dr. Clarke, you are not transmitting on Discord.
No, I'm going to have to
Oh.
restart everything. Give me a second, because
I'm seeing chat melt down over us not listening to Dr. Clarke.
I'll be back in a
They're
second,
actually
because
having a bit of a-
everything's
they're having
basically
a bit of a-
died.
Yes, they are having a mild conniption fit. So for some reason, Dr. Clarke is no longer outputting to Discord.
He just needs to try leaving the channel and rejoining. That should fix it.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep, we're
There we
transmitting
go.
now.
That's
There we
good.
go.
OBS
We turned it off and we turned it back on again.
OBS has decided to have issues, so I'm going to quickly close OBS, hopefully not lose the live streams. And
You will lose the lives.
well, yeah,
Oh,
I'll lose them, but hopefully I'll be able to restart them immediately. So instead of them,
see.
they won't be ended.
Okay.
So,
We'll be back. Questions won't get lost.
yeah. So give me a second.
Do 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 do.
Yep. Anyone bring it back to playing cards?
All right, and we're back.
It's working.
At least we're back on Twitch.
We're back on YouTube as well, and everything should be working. And oh yay! My Stream Deck is now working. I think potentially. No, it's not.
It's possible.
No, you deleted Steve's message, and that made everything move. And I went, is it working or not? But no, I don't know why my Stream Deck stopped working. I heard a beep, and then my Stream Deck stopped working.
So what was your reaction to Dalrymple Hamilton breaking the sound barrier with the fast Nelsons?
Oh, he and that is the way, as I said, and I said when other people also asked me this, and if you have Nelson and Rodney also as fast battleships, then that changes the whole scenario for the whole construction of the Scharnhorst now, and for the Deutschlands. Realistically, you basically, because now you've got at least 5 fast battleships for the Royal Navy in service. And as said, depending on how the Americans react to it, and I realise there is a good argument to be made, the Americans would just ignore it and pretend everything was fine, and so not worry about it. But the thing is also that it's how the Japanese are going to react to it. And you see, if the Japanese react to it by saying they're going to withdraw from the treaties earlier because they're in a worse position vis-a-vis the speed of the British battle line, they're no longer the fastest battle line. The British have a fast enough force that they are capable of causing them trouble. Then that's going to cause the Americans trouble in 1930. This is what I mean. If the Japanese are threatening to leave the treaties in 1930, that changes everything. And that's where I think you might get the Americans watching it. Also, there's the fact that if the British do a world tour, which I think they would with an F3 style Nelson Rodney because of their speed and their range and their ability to performance around the world, they would see them. And suddenly they'd see them, and this is the thing, politicians usually are very visual personalities in my experience, and they will see it and go, this looks different. And you only need to have the image of one of the British battleships racing ahead of an American battleship being taken by a plane flying over, and suddenly the Americans get very worried about their battle line being at 21 knots ships. Congress would ignore it for as long as they could, but it's only so long they could ignore it. Yeah. Yeah, so it'd be fun. It'd be fun. But yeah, if you have faster Nelson Rodneys, you have those things going through. The knives now probably get sunk. And, yeah. In 1936, after the collapse of naval treaties, the Republic of China wakes up and finds a fleet with equivalent tonnage to 2025 plan. With infrastructure and crews, how have things changed? The Japanese are worried.
Worried? The Japanese are apoplectic and will immediately withdraw from the treaties.
Yeah. It would just
but
be
to be fair,
nuts.
and to be blunt, the Americans, the treaty system collapses.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the premise of the question, but that makes Chiang Kai-shek the dominant naval force. Oh, with equivalent tonnage. I'm sorry, I thought copy paste 2025 plan back to 1936.
Even then, that tonnage still makes him the dominant naval force on the planet.
No. It doesn't. Look at the tonnage of the Chinese fleet.
Now let me have a look.
Then do the tonnage maths on the American and British fleets.
Dragon, have you stopped being mean to Foxo yet?
Excessively mean to Foxo, I think is the question.
Oh, come on, let me have a look. What's the? As long as it depends what level of tonnage we're talking about here.
Sorry, family discussions going on.
Okay, I'm trying to find an actual tonnage level for the plan, and I can't. I have numbers of ships and everything else, but I don't actually have a. 2 million tons. There we go. 2 million tons. That's a substantially sized navy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. I keep forgetting.
You have roughly 1.2 million tons in cruisers and battleships alone for both Britain and US navies. Then you have aircraft carriers.
Still, yeah, that's okay. Maybe not the British and the
US navies. No, they are about they're about the same tonnage. You have just created you have created pretty much the they're three navies of almost equal tonnage at that point. It's not the largest navy in the world, but you now have got three massive naval powers in the world.
To be very, very pedantic and technical, technically, infrastructure crews does contain fleet commanders either, or squadron commanders. It stops at any particular ship's captain. I want to be really pedantic.
I would guess that would all be inferred, but it was the interesting thing would be how they would react to doing the technology of the time. But
well, the interesting thing is, does that give Chiang Kai-shek enough grit to win-ish in whatever a win state looks like against the Maoist revolutionaries?
Well, he was winning. He was winning until he was fighting the Japanese. You always have to remember the Republic of Chinese forces get wiped out mostly fighting the Japanese. That's when they're mostly in their weakened state, and that's when the communists take them down.
Because the nationalists are on the verge of winning the civil war, and then they have to decide. You know what? We can fight over who rules China after we've decided there's a China to rule, which means
yeah,
dealing with Japan first. Basically they go, we can fight each other when we've actually decided that there is going to be a China left to fight over.
Not an unreasonable proposition.
Yeah. I'm gonna just try. No, the Stream Deck isn't connecting at all.
Interesting. Whoop. It unborked itself.
Hey, unborked itself.
Oh, Stream
All
Deck.
right,
Just
in a
one
war,
other
you-
note saying we have updated.
That
Why did
would
it decide
explain
to
a lot.
update while I was live?
Because it does not respond to your whims, Dr. Clarke. It is its own master.
It's
Wait a
coming.
minute, Dr. Clarke, are you
Stream-
expecting to
Stream
actually
Deck is
own and
not-
have primary control over your electronic devices in this day and age?
Stream Deck is becoming
No.
like UAD. It's starting to wind me up. During the Cold War, did any nation have a plan on how
Dave
to
Harrison,
fight
Dave,
during
you're
and after a strategic nuclear
You're
exchange?
jumping Dave Harrison.
Oh,
You're jumping Dave Harrison.
Dave Harrison, interwar years, were any third powers in the market to buy UK warships other than the Minions? South America, Thailand, Portugal? South America bought quite a lot of them,
Spain.
so did a few others. Spain.
I mean, Spain, the Canarias class, literally walked away with...
Poland. Lots of people buy British stuff. Estonia buys British submarines.
Although I will point out the Canarias class are built in Spain in Spanish yards. The reason they come out the way they are is because
who were those yards owned by?
that's what I was about to get to, and then
Who were those yards owned by?
I'm aware, Alex. That's what I was about to get to before you.
Yeah. Who were they owned by?
Vickers.
Which is kind of interesting, considering that now today a Spanish yard now owns Highland Wolf. Yeah, how the mighty have fallen. Matthew Blairens, during the Cold War, did any nation have a plan on how to continue to fight during and after a nuclear exchange? Sweden has a very advanced one, as does Finland. All the NATO nations technically had one. How much faith they place in it depends on your perspective on them.
Yeah, there's also Switzerland who just says, nah, we'll just hide and then we'll let everything die down and then we'll come out again and just...
Take over
And
the
we're
ball.
going to do it with our entire population. Yeah, and we're just going to do it with our entire population. No one's getting left behind. And they can still do that even to this day.
Yeah.
It's kind of silly.
And when you consider, no, they don't just have it, they have enough supplies as well on the ground to last them until the radiation has died down enough.
Yeah, no one gets left behind in Switzerland. Everyone lives.
And they have supplies adjusted for population increase.
Mm-hmm.
And space adjusted for population increase. So
And
basically,
they keep doing it.
the Swiss is the only nation in the world which will come out of a nuclear exchange if the Earth survives stronger. So the world will be Swiss.
Oh, the Earth will survive. There's no...
The Earth will
there's no-
survive,
even-
but the
even
world
all
will
the
be
nu-
Swiss.
Yeah. I mean, there's no nuclear exchange that could ever have
Humanity-
been possible that
Po-
will damage the Earth.
Post the nuclear exchange, humanity will be known for the quality of its chocolate and its cuckoo clocks. And its excellent bankers.
And rampant militarism, because the Swiss, everyone shoots, and you know, and they have an extremely professional military.
Yeah.
And it'll be a full democracy where everyone gets a vote on everything. Honestly,
Yeah.
this is not a bad outcome.
No.
Maybe the Posadists were onto something when they said after a nuclear war, aliens will come and save humanity and guide it into a better future. Except it wasn't aliens they actually were thinking of. It was just Swiss direct democracy. After a nuclear war will be the only government system left.
Oh, this is what I love. Every time the EU tries to bully the Swiss to join it, and every time they put the vote up to the Swiss people go, no, because we're not going to give in to being bullied. And the EU goes, but we're not bullying. You keep trying to make things more difficult for us to go across the border, so we have to join you. Yes. But that's not bullying. Depends on your perspective. If you're the one suffering from it, yes, it is. Who says the Swiss aren't aliens? That is an honest question. Question 162.
I do.
As the 2,800-mile range Short Seaford was supposed to operate in the Pacific, where was it planned to deploy them?
Wherever they were needed, if you want the honest answer to that question.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the Short Seaford. It can be deployed where you needed to deploy it. Channel, how light does the protection density need to be, percentage-wise, for a capital ship to be considered a fast battleship? Okay. So look, we're looking at three things define the ships on scale, okay? There's the coverage. If they have full coverage of armor, they are probably in the dreadnought or fast battleship category. If they have full coverage. Even if it's all or nothing armor scheme, it's still considered full coverage armor. Okay? Then you're looking at the density of subdivision internally. How much of a honeycomb structure do they have? What is the average size of their spaces? What is the average... how are the engine rooms fitted up? Are they on the outside of the hull, or are they compartmentalized internally into the hull? And so that's sort of what we're looking at. And then, of course, you've also got the thickness of the armor. Because if you're down at a battle cruiser 2 words, it's also going to have armor which was designed for dealing with cruiser guns, and that's about it. And so that's what you're looking at. It's not sort of a percentage thing, because also those things to an extent all change depending on the power to weight ratio or the power per ton generation ratio of their engines and their power plant unit. Because the more power dense you have in terms of the engines, the higher speed you can have, but also the more you can honeycomb a battleship, the more you can get out of a battle cruiser, the more you can get out. So that's the big enabler of these fast battleships, and also really the transition from battle cruiser into fast battleship, and by battle cruiser, etc., and battleship to fast battleship, etc., is the power density. It's the power density, the power per ton, the power per cubic meter you can get out of the engines. Okay, does that explain it?
Yeah, pretty much. I think you've hit the nail on the head there.
Sam McDevitt, in the nicest way, have you put the questions in the way you're supposed to? Because I saw some of your questions earlier, and they didn't have exclamation mark.
He joined after
we closed.
Questions closed.
Okay.
And for the record, we currently have 43 left in the queue.
Hendrik Bofa, if nail rods were built with 4 triple 15-inch, would they be better than historical nail rods?
Yes, they likely would be.
Yes, but that's because you have now got 12 guns instead of 9 guns. But also that means you probably have 6 forward or 6 aft. Dan?
Hmm?
Is that you or Fleet watching a television?
TV's on here.
Definitely not me. I am not watching the television.
Okay.
I am watching the stream.
Well,
it could be bleed over from me. I apologize.
Runon folds arms and shrugs.
Hey, so, Runon, I honestly never expected it to be you. Dan, I was unsure. I didn't think it would be him, but there was always the possibility that he had, knowing his joy with electronics, he had meant to turn on the dishwasher or the washing machine and had actually turned on television.
No. Ouch.
No, it's just
that hurt.
No, it's just if anyone would go for having a universal remote which could control everything in their house from one remote, it would be Dan. And then if anyone could hit the wrong button on such a remote, it would be Dan.
You people do not shy away from roasting the ever-living MacGuffin out of each other, do you?
No.
No.
Honestly,
that's because we're real friends who love each other, and are going to point.
I'm surprised I get away. I get away as lightly as I do.
I do not get away lightly. I just sit here in a corner going, "Why me?"
There's no way we can let you get away lightly.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah. I will always get away lightly. There is no.
I mean, to be fair, it's like trying to, I don't know, thank somebody who has just been crushed by a steamroller. He likes the Hoche.
I'll go out and buy
any other sort of punishment or anything like that is just going to pale in comparison to the deep, profound emotional pain he suffers every waking second.
No. Dan, It's worse. Imagine being the girl who's told you're the most beautiful girl in the world in my eyes, but you're not as beautiful as the Hosh. Imagine the poor girl's psychology after that.
Well, okay. First things first.
Host-shaped body pillow.
Yeah.
First things first, okay.
Especially since the ship girl design came out from Seoul.
I mean, look, the host ship girl. Look, the host ship girl design is nice and all, but I've seen more attractive real women than that.
I'm still getting over the fact. I'm still getting over the fact you said you've seen women.
Oh, come on! I'm not that.
Okay, Blackburn Maximus. What if the total carrier tonnage in Washington Treaty was twice the amount, but still 27,000 tons per ship? The
Royal Navy goes, woohoo!
Yes, basically you now have enough... the Royal Navy now has enough tonnage to actually have enough carriers that they're all going to be decent sized. The thing is, if you've got 10 27,000 ton carriers allowed to have up to 10 27,000, you're more likely to get closer to 27,000 tons of a carrier, so you won't get the same compromises going on. You will get... Because the Royal Navy, if you consider you can build the Implacables for 27,000 tons, so your Illustrious class, your Ark Royals probably look more like that, and possibly they're actually just the one class, because you're probably making an Ark Royal design, and you've got the armour on it, and you have got everything you want, so you just build that, and you just are building those, in which case you probably have more of them in service by the time World War II begins. Anyway. Dan apparently is pretty darn quiet when he's talking. But honestly, total carrier tonnage, it makes things better for the Royal Navy. It makes things better for the Japanese Navy. It makes things better for the US. The Italians and the French, it's actually, the thing is, the French might actually get into the carrier earlier. Because they'll consider the carrier part of their force around the world. And if they do build actual carriers earlier, then the Italians might actually build carriers earlier, so who knows? It could make things really interesting. It could mean there's carrier battles in the Mediterranean. What happens for sub-development if the US had not been able to recover U-505?
Nothing.
Right.
No changes. At all. U-505 is a Type 9C. She's no longer the latest and greatest by the time she's captured. She doesn't fit with US fleet doctrine or the way US uses submarines. There's literally no change. U-505 gets away. She doesn't offer anything. The significance of her capture is simply down to the fact that an awful lot of very, very useful kit was acquired, as in an intact Enigma machine, other bits and bobs like that. It had nothing to do with US subdevelopment needing a captured U-boat. It was down to the fact that she was far more useful for what was inside her than the ship itself.
Yeah. I would say also, and this is interesting enough, Team Locus would have said, if you got 27,000 ton carriers, you wouldn't have HMS Unicorn. You would, because the Unicorn is built for two reasons. One, because of the need to support ships in the Far East, where you don't have the infrastructure, especially as you're moving fleets around. But also, there is no surprise to me that when the Royal Navy is building a light fleet carrier, they go copy, paste, delete, print. And that's a light fleet carrier design for 1942.
Mm-hmm.
But Dr. Clarke, Admiral Henderson swore on his honor in an open session of Parliament that HMS Unicorn was in no way
Upon my... Well, I mean, it wasn't technically an open session. I think it was just to the committee. But it was upon my honour as an officer of the Royal Navy, she is not an aircraft carrier. Yeah.
Yep.
And
So obviously
if
the
you're
light
dealing with
fleet carrier
Henderson-
design is completely different.
Henderson would probably tell you, because he comes from a certain school. The highest honour a Royal Navy officer has, the highest honours, are to country, to their crew, and to their service. Sometimes put as country ship and service. Sometimes put country crew and service. So his honour, whilst his honour is probably happy, because by saying that, he is rendering good service to those things.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And Unicorn would not be bigger, because Unicorn was built to the auxiliaries requirements, the limitations of auxiliaries. So, and in a nice way, if they're copy pasting the design, why would they make them bigger? The whole point of the size they were picking them was so they could be built from more yards than you could build a fleet carrier from. So yeah, not going to happen. I think, the fact is, I think even Thornycroft from memory builds one of the light fleet carriers. They couldn't build a full fleet carrier. So no, you're not going to go any bigger. The light fleet carrier is about churning out hull numbers. It's not about doing something fancy. Steve Clarke, is the current design and build process for ships scaled for more production line process, or are we still getting slightly bespoke vessels? Bespoke. I don't need to. It's bespoke vessels. Honestly, look at the scale, the numbers being produced. It's bespoke. The moment when you're starting getting into double digits, that's when you're starting to get production line programs. And the Type 26 is now going to be 9 hulls. The Type 45 was 6 hulls. All these things. They are not. It's single ships. When it's single digits, they're bespoke. Alternate history question. What if in 1914 Japan discovered Hokkaido oil deposits roughly in the size of Saudi Arabia, but larger in covered depth, and shallow enough for exploitation? Japan's very happy. Japan
basically doesn't have to go. Yeah, but Japan just keeps doing whatever it likes in China and doesn't instigate a war with the United States, or, to be blunt, the Western allies. Japan will keep attacking China for resources it needs that it can't get from anywhere else. So things
Japan has now enough money. With that amount of money going into its economy might actually be sustainable and work, and they might be able to invest in other things in their economy. So Lord help the Americans with dealing with the Japanese economy in that scenario. So that just it would be a small nightmare. And yeah, if it's in 1914, Japan's value as an ally has just gone through the roof for the British. To be honest, Japan's value as an economy has America's now got a real problem with them economically. Because they'll be exporting oil around the world, and probably knowing the sort of the Chinese economy and the way the Japanese sort of are working, the Japanese, what they might do is they might just seek to make the Chinese dependent upon them, and then control them that way. Because the Japanese are quite happy. Look at Manchukuo. They're quite happy to set up China as a client state. If they can
it's not going to be a pleasant client.
If they can use economics to set up China as a client state rather than have to fight a war to take it over, they'll be happy to do that. And with that and the amount of power they have,
bear in mind,
they could do that. So the thing is, they might not even have the war as we traditionally see it, might not be taking place in China because they've made them into probably a collection of different states. And yeah, and an answer to before Fleet pops in, because Fleet is going to make some good points. Knight, again, the point is, whilst a slightly larger Unicorn would be lovely for a couple of extra aircraft, that isn't its purpose. That isn't going to worry them. It's more the yards you can use with that design. That's the more important thing. So, frankly, and again, the thing is, if you have larger carriers in the first place, they carry more spares anyway, which means Unicorn carrying more spares doesn't necessarily help because they have their own pool to work through. So, you can still use the same models, the same number.
Yeah. So when it comes to the Second Sino-Japanese War, it's important to bear in mind that Japan didn't actually go looking for that. Japan didn't go looking for that conflict. It's a response to the way China is shaping out and the way in which, things are developing. If Japan has more economic stability, they can keep economic stability and, to be blunt, an ability to keep the Sino-Japanese arrangement, which is occasionally we bash you over the head and set up a client state, and we keep going like this, and the reason that they had to go full bore into a war despite all the things that people say, that certain members of the Japanese government were not actually all that confident they were going to walk away from with a net positive, as it turned out to be right. And then that's just Japan fighting China, and also the fact that you've also got them permanently denting any hopes they could have of actually reaching some form of lasting accommodation with China, because again, that goes out the window when you fully invade them. So, like, if you've removed the imperative of Japan to actually invade, because if they don't, they're just going to get surpassed by China, because A, it's aligned to the West, and B, it has access to a lot more Western industry than they do, owing to the fact that they're not seen as something of a bit of a pariah, as Japan was becoming by the 30s. Japan will just keep going on that path. They will just continue to occasionally nibble at China, client state here, government destabilization there, and continue to just nibble at China until they've turned it into a state they are fundamentally happy coexisting with.
Hmm.
Because that was Japan's whole policy, was to keep nibbling away at China until the situation had developed to Japan's advantage. Permanent advantage, I must stress.
Team if you're seeing a disconnect between the audio and video, refresh your browser window. That's a known client-side bug.
Yep. And
why is it like that? Who knows? We just know that it exists.
Yep, it's Discord 101 in a nutshell.
No, that's YouTube.
Sorry, yeah, YouTube. The tube that has U's in it, don't you know?
Multi-quadrillion-dollar corporation, and here we are.
The hashtag don't be evil. Oh, wait, I failed. Whoops.
Try not to be so evil.
Well, no, that's YouTube in a nutshell.
I'm just enjoying the amount of comments I'm getting suddenly appearing on my... I wondered why one of my videos was suddenly getting a lot of comments coming in, and a lot of messages coming in, which were included swear word comments, which flash up on my system. People swearing. And it's because apparently people are learning about Drax having a child this year from the Two Historians episodes.
Is that so? Is it good swearing or bad swearing? Where are we?
They're mostly swearing of surprise, but it's a case of the fact that I've now had 6 comments today about the same thing, of which 1 got through and 5 didn't because of swear word inclusion. Does make me wonder how many people are regularly watching my videos to watch about him. Or how many people, it just seems weird. So.
Oh yeah, cool.
A view is a view is a view.
No, it's only the one child this year, Jonathan. It's only one kid.
Yeah. Mrs. Drac is not a miracle worker. Bless her. She can't change her own biology.
Well, yes, but I would say calling the friendly CMI not a miracle worker is a low blow. Is a very rude blow.
I was talking biologically. Anyway, moving on.
I would say she's a miracle worker in every single way. Why was the Invincible class carrier not upsized?
Just remember, Fleet, you are on the same landmass as she is. Makes it much easier to access you.
I happen to know the friendly CMI likes me. Anyway,
that was before she heard
well,
you said you weren't. Before she heard you said she wasn't a miracle worker.
Look. Anyway, so Invincible class carrier not upsized. Do you mean the successor to it? Do you mean the ships themselves?
Why were they not the bigger design? As a rule, the British government always does this to the Royal Navy. Whatever designs the Royal Navy is required to give them 4 designs. The British government always give them the second smallest. Happened with Queen Elizabeth class. Happened with the Invincible class. Happened with pretty much the Type 45s. Happened with the Type 23s. Happened with the Type 26s. Happened with the Type 31s.
Yep.
Honestly, there's a kind of... If I was the Royal Navy right by now, I would have started rigging it so every single time the second smallest is my preferred size.
Then just once you'll have them choose something else, and they'll be like, "What do you mean? We actually, it's so big. What do we do with it?"
No, yeah, they'll actually pick the second largest. For that'll be the time they pick the second largest, and the Royal Navy will just be going, "Oh, fuck." Oh. Yeah. But yeah,
You do this to annoy us.
But no, the Invincible class,
stop annoying us.
If you got a slightly bigger Invincible class, and I think there's a further question, which is basically, would they have had AEW and all these things? AEW was actually being built, helicopter-based airborne early warning was being designed and put together for the carriers, it just hadn't been deployed yet, it hadn't been implemented, they hadn't had the money to put it finally through. The moment the war happened, they did. This is why, on literally the third carrier to go south, there is airborne early warning helicopters. Literally the third carrier, but unfortunately that's the one that arrives after the war is over.
Striders, Hell Riders, look up Drax Bismarck video. I think it was just his Wednesday video on the ship, not a 5-minute guide.
And basically, if the Invincible class had been upsized, so let's say you've gone to the design up, which I think would have been able to accommodate 24 Sea Harriers and 24 Sea Kings. I think that was the design structure up. What would have been viable? Well, a lot more things would have been viable, but you'd had something which was very useful for operations. Basically the size up, because it's going to sound strange, once you scale up a ship, you make it the carriers, you make them, they go up, you go sort of right, and so are you adding on an extra flight, are you adding on an extra aircraft per flight in terms of your sets across, and next size up added in another aircraft across and an extra sum on the end, so that's why it could get up to 48 aircraft from roughly 30. Because the thing is, what you're adding on is you're adding on another set on the side and more at the end. It works out, you take it up to roughly 4. You take it up from 3 across to 4 across. That takes you up to 40. You add on an extra 2 lines of aircraft at the one end, and there you go. You're up to 48 aircraft. It's very quick and easy in terms of the design process, but it's very difficult. It's getting them to actually do it. Which is what me and Drac discussed in our Two Historians video about aircraft carriers. It literally is aircraft carriers. You are designing them around the hangar size. You're designing around what you want, how many aircraft you want to accommodate in the hangar. If you got the Bristol Perseus and the Bristol Taurus in 1910s, does that mean the Bristol Hercules comes early? If you get the Perseus and the Taurus in the 1910s, you have now got the most dense power generation systems in the world.
Yeah, I think aircraft is probably the last place they're going to be put.
You're going to have some really fast motor torpedo boats. The coastal motorboats are going to be extortionately fast. If they're putting aircraft, they're going to be happy.
The tank is going to be shot forwards.
Oh,
yeah, the tank is going to be shot forward.
Oh my lord, that's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, but it gets. I'm sorry, they're actually too heavy for aircraft of the period.
You're going to have to build up aircraft to be able to take them.
Yeah, like it will accelerate how fast dense power generation arrives in aircraft, but you can't just um, accelerate aircraft to the point where they can take those engines, especially because most aircraft designers will go, "This is too much engine. We don't need this."
No, but there is one thing I'll say. Suddenly, the Royal Navy having a torpedo bomber aircraft and developing an aircraft carrier that has landing and taking off capabilities earlier suddenly starts to happen. There is a very real chance that Furious, Courageous, and Glorious are aircraft carriers from the get-go.
Yep.
Because you can make with those power supplies, those engines, you can make a decent torpedo bomber.
Mm-hmm.
RG, the 3,500 Tenryu and Tatsuya have what combined value in World War II, and what would be the minimum force needed to beat them in a surface action, individually and as a pair?
Okay, so the Tenryus are basically Japan's first prototype of fast modern cruiser, the thing that leads to the things like the Kumas, the Sendais, etc. They are the smallest of the modern Japanese cruisers, only armed with 4 of their 140mm guns on the center line. They do have torpedoes though, and these do get these tubes can actually take long lancers as well. So obviously, when they come around, long lancers also become part of the equation. So that's something to bear in mind. You're gonna want a modern destroyer, so a pair of Fletchers will probably be able to deal with them.
A pair of tribals will knock them out.
Yeah, a pair of tribals, pair of Fletchers, Enterprise.
Yeah.
With a C class, any pair or combination of C, Ds, and Es can knock them out. A single 8-inch cruiser, as long as it's not an Exeter or something like an Exeter, because at that point you don't have enough turrets to divide your fire effectively, and one of those 2 ships is probably going to get into range to hit you with a torpedo strike.
I'd say
HMS
Indiana fusers could also take them apart.
You could, but that's getting close enough to a fair fight that I'm like, not keen.
Yeah, town class would be a massacre. Belfast turning up would just go, oh, target practice. Because that's 6 guns on each one.
Yep.
If the Harrier Stovall fighters had not been invented, what would the Royal Navy have got? Would the Royal Navy have got a Cannibal light carrier instead of the Invincible class?
Honestly, if you don't have well, the problem is you can't just remove the invention of Stovall aviation because
well, if you do, let's say they aren't considered viable, so they don't enter service. If they don't enter service, then you have a helicopter carrier version of Invincibles, and you don't have anything. And the Royal Navy,
which is a horrifying thought.
The Royal Navy tries to does the Falklands War without outer-ring of fighters. Probably loses more aircraft, more ships. And whilst they probably still win the war, the government's probably going to be scrambling to do a procurement of a aircraft carrier, a proper sized aircraft carrier. You might actually get Ark Royal paused and cancelled. Because you're going to have achieved it, but it's going to be at a significant loss. Airborne early warning fighters are all going to be inside immediate. You're probably going to get some sort of 1980s version of the CVA-1 project. As well as the mass building of Type 22 batch 3s. Probably even more of them will have to be built, because remember they were built to cover the losses of Type 42s and other things. So you're probably going to end up with more of them being built. What is the British... Blackman Maximus, what is the British had twin 6-inch mounts for cruisers pre-World War I? How could this change things? If they have twin 6-inch turrets, because they'd be turrets, well, they could be mounts, but if you're dealing with 6-inch and you're dealing with a twin version of that, it's going to be a turret. It's going to be a turret configuration, not a mount. And a mount has an open back. A turret is when it's closed. if you have that level of fire, if the British have put in that level of fire in their light cruisers prior to World War One, then everyone's very afraid of the British light cruiser fleet, because the British light cruiser fleet is the largest in the world. And you have to remember that unlike the US Navy and the Imperial German Navy, the Kaisermarine, and the couple of other navies in the world who have basically sacrificed their cruisers to build their battle line, the British have kept building their cruisers as well as built their battle line.
Yeah,
that's the thing that's really scary. When you go to the Jutland, Battle of Jutland, building fleets of Jutland video on this channel, and when you start to look at it and you start to look at the figures of what the British are deploying and what their ages are, that's when it starts to get really scary.
The World War One era towns were already some of the best cruisers in the world, and you've just created something that goes, yes, this is in fact much superior.
You've basically created something which is, let's be honest, if it's a 6-inch gun cruiser, it's a C class sort of variant equivalent. If you've got C classes and they've got twin sixes, or even worse, if you've got towns of twin sixes, the things if you've got twin sixes for the town class, etc., you're going to want them super firing. You might have wing turrets, but you're probably going to, if you've gone for wing turrets formation, you're going to have, 5 twin 6-inches? So you're going to have a broadside of 8 guns, 6 firing forward with the 2 wing turrets, 6 firing after the 2 wing turrets, and probably look like a mini HMS Dreadnought. Where does Runon run off to? Oh.
I don't know. He was here a second ago.
She was, yes. Black Horse. Why were the battleships deployed on convoys in World War II? Pretty much they're deployed because some convoys have enough value that you want to keep any surface raider well away. So if you think there's a mild risk when a convoy of that value is going to cross the Atlantic, of having that convoy having an issue with a surface raider like a Gneisenau, a Scharnhorst, or a Bismarck, you put a battleship on it. Because the thing is, whilst the battleship might lose in a one-on-one fight versus them, those surface raiders know they'll suffer enough damage in that fight. Literally, she reloaded just to get
arrives.
Yeah, basically. Basically, the battleships, they would have enough damage done to them that they were going to get killed on the way back. And while fighting that battleship, they wouldn't be able to engage the convoy. So, whilst Dragon is watching us and playing War Thunder at the same time, Runon is playing Emperor. Battleships encountering a convoy which has a battleship escort will normally just go, yeah, I can win that fight because it's an older battleship than me, but I'm going to get damaged, and that's going to cause me problems, especially with what's going to be coming in on me, because I'm not going to be able to kill that quickly enough to tell it, so that everyone will not know what's going on. So I want to go off and fight someone else. John off the Moon. King George V, but with 2 triple and 2 twins instead of 2 quad and a twin. Better or worse? Why are you complicating your life? Look, honestly, originally the quads were supposed to be 3 quads. They go with a twin to keep weight down. If you were the nearest equivalent, you'd be designing with 3 triples, because you want standardization for maintenance, for all the cost savings. You want to have the same turret. So honestly, you would go with the least complicated solution, which would be 3 triples. See, I'm going to go close the door again, because my sister keeps insisting on leaving my door open. Fine.
There are advantages to living on my own.
There are. The thing is,
Okay. 96831.
they complain. They complain if they hear. If they think the Gorky gets a bad reputation for woofing all the time. And I go, well, he does woof when he's being disturbed, when there's things going on around him. That's how the Corgi communicates. He basically excitedly woofs the whole time. And that's fine. But if you leave the door open when you're moving stuff around, the only time people are going to hear him is going to be when he's woofing. So he's going to get a reputation for being a woofy dog, but even though he's not a woofy dog. as Dan can testify to, because Dan has spent a lot of time with him.
He's quite a woofy dog. But he's not whiffy.
Yeah.
Volume quiet or volume loud, Steph?
You're quiet, Runon. You've gone quiet. You're almost as quiet as Dan now. Ah! Now he's so loud, and now she's so loud. She's so loud. My ears. I turned the volume up because she was quiet. There we
Now
go.
that I've checked everybody's eardrums, Knight 6831, question 159. Compared to the earlier Grumman TBF and General Motors TBM Avenger, how much of an improvement was the General Motors TBM4 Avenger? Probably incremental, because it's an Avenger that's made by General Motors and probably has a few of the subtle, hey, this works better this way changes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, I find that whenever my PC power cycles, it resets the gain on my mic, but then displays the crossfade indicator, so I don't actually know how high the gain on my mic is. I think it's all the way up, and it's actually not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm trying using my mobile and earbuds, so I have no idea what's going on with mine, because I've not tried this before.
Oh my goodness, this is just...
Yeah, after we've sorted out building the computer for Fleet, we have to build the computer for Dan. Because also we have to...
No, my computer is fine.
No, your computer's not fine. Dan, how many tabs do you have open on that computer?
Knight, I hate to break things, buddy.
10 or the nearest 100.
What's the problem with this?
But you didn't get 160 in the queue. If you don't see the question received message, the question wasn't received.
Okay, Matthew Blair.
Hepcat.
Why do fewer contemporary nations have aircraft carriers compared to the early to mid-Cold War? Because they thought they could save money. Because the world was going to be peaceful.
And we were only going to have to fight the wars that we wanted to fight.
And you also have to remember that there are literally people who still believe the mantra that the missile is king and that aircraft are all going to be wiped out by missiles. This is what I find funny. These days we're talking about the missiles wiping out and drones wiping out things. That for quite a few years we were talking about missiles wiping out aircraft, and there was no point having crewed aircraft in the air because missiles would just destroy them. So there's no point in aircraft carriers because of missiles. And then you go, well, the Falklands War happened, the Gulf War happened, various conflicts have happened, and aircraft are still operating in Ukraine currently. There, with all the air defenses that are going on, there are still crewed aircraft operating and being used very well. As I've said often, it's very rare you get weapons. Weapons historically, the number of weapons which have revolutionized wars rather than evolved wars. I can't really think of anything that's revolutionized wars. Maybe I can think that
probably.
Yeah, but to be fair, that just brought back the mobility which cavalry had provided, and that was the response to the input of defensive firepower of the machine gun, which maximised infantry. You know, it's basically
honestly
it's a return to mobility. The tank is a return to mobility. It's not really a change in terms of
honestly,
defense.
I can think of one.
Go on.
The flintlock musket, the thing that enabled the mass proliferation of the firearm across the armies of Europe. That fundamentally shattered the concept of pike and shot.
Yeah, that's just the nicest way, an improved version of the longbow, which is an improved version of the slingshot. You're talking about a tactical change, not this is a revolutionary to warfare. This is something which has no previous reference in prior warfare.
Yeah, Croft.
That's long-range artillery.
And faster cavalry.
No. You cannot honestly sit there and tell me.
Yes, you can. What were the original bombs? What were the original bombs on aircraft? Converted artillery shells and hand grenades. In World War II, the Japanese are even still using converted battleship shells. Battleship shell designs for their bombs. So, yeah, sorry, aircraft are just long-range artillery. Danny Wright, the torpedo. The torpedo is one of them. I would say steam-powered ships, they allow you greater maneuverability, but fundamentally they're an improved version of the ship, which already allowed you greater maneuverability on the sea.
I mean, they took time to be able to kind of properly go. This is the thing. Nothing turns up and is immediately amazing and shatters everything, you know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd be talking about the glorious victory at the Somme when Britain first deployed the tank.
Yeah.
In 1916. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, but you have to remember, what were the tanks supposed to do at that time? What were they supposed to do? Break the path open to allow the cavalry to go out, because they're about providing manoeuvre warfare.
Yes.
And then well, why not have them actually be the manoeuvre warfare? And Matthew Blair's triangular sails. There are so many things, but really you can go back, and the trouble is things often get marketed as being revolutions in warfare. And this is totally new out of left field. And then you look at it and go, no, this just does the job which that used to do, but from a different way. So this is an improved version of that. Well, it's certainly easier than semaphore.
Or carrier pigeons.
Yeah. Or sending a messenger on foot. Or bicycle.
Realistically, you're not going to run out of radio like you'll run out of carrier pigeons.
You can run out of radio,
if
but
they're going to send messages ordering us to attack in nice, tasty form, and the messages are going to be very, very tiny. We need to stop being so surprised when we don't get the message, but do have a nice lunch. As per.
Oh. Okay, so. Right. Black Horse. Why would Germany keeping the naval service fleet active change the final outcome of World War II? No. What would happen if Warspite was a museum ship and the Falklands War another naval war broke out? Well, first of all, if Warspite's a museum ship, by the way, we'd all know what Drac would be doing.
Yes.
He'd be the curator in charge.
Warspite Museum and Memorial.
Yeah.
Would be being dragged over to take on the battleship New Jersey Museum and Memorial in a battle to see which one's better. I'm not putting money either way.
What would happen if Warspite Falklands War? She's not going to get activated for the Falklands War. She's not.
She won't be able to activate herself.
She'll activate herself.
That's more likely than the government activating her. But the thing is, she won't be activated, and she won't have the crew.
Wasn't there an SSN called Warspite at that point?
Yes. Black Horse. What would be the effect of Enterprise not running later?
Warspite was there, I think. Wasn't she? Wasn't she there for the Falklands?
I don't think.
No, she was still under. According to Wikipedia, she was still undergoing refit.
Yeah.
Damn.
So they had her tied up and trussed in dry dock. What would the effects of Enterprise not running late and being in Pearl Harbor when Japan attacked? Enterprise probably gets sunk in Pearl Harbor.
No, Enterprise has plot armor.
No, she gets sunk in Pearl Harbor. She's going to be target numero uno.
She'll be the only carrier present.
Basically, every dive bomber there is going to be aiming for Enterprise. And she's not going to be maneuvering.
Plot armor will save her.
No. Should be sunk in her.
Unlike Giulio Cesare, there is nothing in Pearl Harbor that is going to save Enterprise.
No.
She may be recovered, but that's going to assume that she is sufficiently devoid of combustibles as to not go kaboom.
Dingerstoffer, 2024 is the year of the aircraft carrier. How to decide what year of 2025 will be? Year of yet. It's leadership. its leadership. I've already done that. Started off discussing it. Yeah. We've got some videos coming up. We've got William de Leybourne, the first admiral, comes out on next Tuesday, 7th of January. We've got David Farragut, 14th of January. We've got Recovering from the Juna Coal, a case study in making sense of the Hoche and other French battle hotels. 20th of January, we have Toga Hayachiro, to Japanese Nelson. 4th of February, we have Lord Howard of Effingham leading a desperate band. 11th of February, we have Alvaro de Bazan, Marquis of Santa Cruz, the man who could have succeeded with the Spanish Armada. 18th of February, we have a profile of the Royal Navy College at Greenwich. And 25th of February, we have the Paulette Affair and the diplomatic leadership of Admiral Richard Thomas. And if you don't know what the Paulette Affair is, look it up. It's quite funny. It's absolutely stupid. But it's also the answer to many people of going, so what would happen if the Royal Navy wanted the Hawaiian Islands? The Paulette Affair.
The Royal Navy gets the Hawaiian Islands?
Pretty much.
First of all, the Royal Navy will just go, hi, would you like to be protected from the Americans ever annexing you ever if you give us permanent basing rights forever? And the Hawaiian Kingdom will go, yes. And that's it.
But
it's
why
as easy as
wouldn't
that.
you want to be annexed by DC? We're so polite and well organized and respectful of the territories we annex.
So, Matthew Blarens, I once read a suggestion that the Embassy and Foreign Office should have been merged during the Cold War. What are the pros and cons of this?
That sounds like a terrible idea.
I think whoever had that idea was smoking some very, very good, what I would call fruity tobacco. To my little cousins, fruity tobacco, smoking some very fruity tobacco, very, very fruity tobacco.
Dr. Clarke, I don't think that's strong enough to produce that idea. I genuinely do not think that's strong enough.
They were off their faces on
they had visited a lot of Scotland and they found the absinthe supply in Scotland.
Yeah, that one I'm more willing to believe.
The fact that absinthe is legal in the UK and is the only drink which is more florid than the iron brew that comes out of Scotland always does worry me.
But it doesn't have the proper wormwood in it.
Black Horse. What would be the effect of Lexington not having the fuel explosions on the implementation of fuel management systems and survivability of the other U.S. aircraft carriers in World War II?
They'd be even less survivable than they were. You learn from experience. The reason the British are as paranoid as they are in World War II is about Ben Mercury and what happened to her. And that's why the British fuel management system is so overdeveloped. It's quite literally, it's paranoia brought to life. And it's the same with the Americans. Their and even then, when they look at the British fuel management system, they're going, "Wow, you guys, this is overbuilt." And then a few months of war later, they're going, so, what did you do exactly? Oh, you did that. Oh, you've got a self-draining system which automatically claws all the fuel back to the tanks the moment you stop using it. That's interesting. Okay, we're going to self-draining. Okay, and what did you do for this? Oh, you do that. Does that slow down the operation of the aircraft? It does, but it stops the line going. Boom. Oh, we do understand this. Because the Americans basically look at the British battle damage reports after their carriers being hit in the Mediterranean and look at their own battle damage reports and go,
one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah. Okay, even adjusting for the fact the Brits have armoured decks, this is proving interesting. And then they realise that that the British, it's a lot more than the armour for the carrier. It's structurally deep. They've got everything designed into them.
Dr. Clarke?
Yeah?
Feed the almighty YouTube algorithm with some ads. You have hit the 1 hour mark since the restart of stream.
Okay, yeah.
And Stafford Thompson's question: big lottery win, dream yacht sale, motor or a combination of motor, sale, or okay, I understand the question now. Motor or a combination of both. I don't understand this part. At what LOA plus displacement? My dream yacht is going to be a small dinghy with a trawler motor on it. I do not need another money sink.
Oh, simple. My dream yacht weighs about 1,000 tons. Has a horizontal triple expansion engine, 2 paddle wheels, and is oil fired.
Is it Hosh?
No, it's a paddle steamer.
Who hurt you, Fleet?
What is
Somebody
wrong with
had to hurt
What
you.
is wrong with a paddle steamer? I like paddle steamers
Why do you want that maintenance overhead?
because I like steam engines, and if I'm rich enough to afford a yacht, then I'm rich enough to.
But you're not, though. You just won the lottery.
If I won the lottery, I'm probably gonna have a small steam engine then.
It's a big lottery win, so let's see.
If it's 100 million plus, I'm definitely.
If I'm buying a yacht, okay, it's going to be something which is for the shipshape crew to go cruising off to do our history trips. So it's got to have certain things on it. It's got to have a pool and a hot tub for us to exercise, and maybe a little bit of a gym. It's got to have a nice enough. It's got to look nice enough that it's not going to be an eyesore going into the harbours. It's going to have to be fairly capable of all sea states. So I want it to be fairly survivable, fairly good sea state survivability. So it can do what it needs to do when it needs to do it, and we can go through fairly rough seas, okay, and fairly comfortable. So I'm probably looking at somewhere in the region of 1,000 to 1,500 tons, and building in some very, very tough, probably at least be a double hold, if not more, steel, not fiberglass construction. As for power,
A yacht doesn't.
I am probably going to go for combined diesel and gas electric.
Honestly, it would probably be cheaper for me to have a airship than the yacht I would ideally want.
Honestly, I would just buy a large citation.
Honestly, yeah.
The largest citation fuselage they make that's got the longest set of legs on it. And that will be my yacht. Because the maintenance upkeep on a citation is probably going, including the cost for me to go get my twin engine turbine cert, is probably
No. If you're buying a citation, you've got to get someone else to fly it for you, which will probably cost less per year than
Fleet. I do not have, even if I win the lottery, to have no.
I just keep hearing cetacean instead of that, and I'm just thinking large whale.
Whale. Oh, it's a
With
whale. Whale.
You're lucky because the first time I heard, I thought she said large crustacean. I was going, you're buying a crab?
Large crab
citation.
people. Crab people.
But
No,
I
I'm
am
still hearing whale. I'm still thinking probably a blue whale, possibly an orca.
Back in a minute, folks.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to get a skorka, a sky orca.
Yeah. I mean, I'd just be tempted to get a scaled down, baby HMS Warspite.
Blackburn, I think the U.S. lottery has hit 1.12, and I think there was a winning ticket sold in California. But
Okay.
I win the lottery every week because I don't play it, so I win it every week without fail. I see no reason to depart from my winning strategy.
I do occasionally play the lottery, but that's because in the UK it donates to charity quite a lot. So I like to support the Olympics and things like that. So I go right, and if I want to put money, I put it on the lottery, and then my theory is that's my donation to charity. If I happen to get some money out of it, great. If not, it's just some money for the charity.
Well, you see, what happens in the U.S. is that the lottery funds are earmarked to go help feed public education. in the United States. So what the states do when they get that money is they just deduct that money out of the budget for the State Department of Education.
Yeah, whereas in the UK it goes towards things like the national lottery, not national, like the Olympic teams and the Sports UK and those things, and it funds them quite heavily.
Strider, I have spent too much of my life in a support and maintenance role to be able to ignore maintenance and upkeep costs.
Yeah. Nightingale, compared to the Grom TBF and the General Motors TBM Avenger, how much more advanced was the Fairy Spearfish? Well, it was a much newer aircraft, so I would hope it'd be better. More advanced, half a dozen one, six the other, depends on which components you're talking about, which generation of TBM or TBF you're talking about. Yeah, it's a newer aircraft. You're comparing an early war design which has been matured through the war and enhanced through the war through iterations, with a late war design which enters some really enter anything like production or so as till the end of World War II. So you'd expect the Spearfish to be in more advanced. It's the next generation. RG, which variant of the Town class light cruisers would have been the worst to have been built, 1930s Town specifically? There's not really a bad variant of the class. There's 3 batches. They're all fairly decent. That's like sort of going, oh, well, the Glasgows are this, but the others, they're all
good.
There's nothing really wrong with any of them. The Royal Navy's basically funneling all its experience, all its development building light cruisers now into that. Now, if you want to go down the things, there's the Amphion class light cruisers, variations on the Leanders, etc., and they have their own case studies, which of course they're built for the Australians, realistically, but. Yeah, there are fors and against, but they're all minor. Picking between the individual of the Town classes, you're going to be going, well, I think I'm going to go with this type, but then you're going to find that HMS Sheffield is that type. Because if we consider the Town class cruiser of 1936, if we consider the class... the Southamptons include the first 5 include Newcastle, Southampton, Sheffield, Glasgow, and Birmingham. And technically, Shiny Chef, and sitting there going, well, maybe they're the worst ones because, they're slightly narrower beam and they are slightly shorter. Well, then they're shorter than the Edinburghs, and they have a narrower beam than the Gloucester and the Edinburghs, and they have a shallower draft though, but makes sense, maybe that gives them an advantage, and they have less shaft horsepower, and theoretically can do less knots. It's amazing that the Southamptons have 75,000 shaft horsepower. Their official speed is 32 knots. And the Gloucester and Edinburgh class have 82,500 shaft horsepower, so they've gone up a whole 7,500 shaft horsepower, and their top speed is 32.25 knots apparently.
Yeah, funny that, ain't it?
I'm suggesting that the Royal Navy might be being conservative in their estimates of the speed which their ships might attain.
Yeah, and the Gloucesters, right, the Gloucesters are Liverpool, Manchester, and Gloucester, and whilst Manchester and Gloucester means, I suppose, basically, if you're batch 2, on one of the batch 2s, you have a 2 out of 3 chance of getting sunk, because one gets sunk off Crete and one gets sunk following a torpedo attack off Cape Bon in August 1942. But yeah, Liverpool does all the things off the coast of Japan, and there's a whole Asamaro incident. So yeah, they're all good. They're all, you can't really do that between them.
They work out how to tweak the design over the different generations. It's a bit like the county class. Now, the third lot of county class, which is Norfolk and Devonshire, I want to say. Worcestershire?
Yeah.
One of them. They've learnt some bits. In terms of how to build it, and they've thought about it a bit more, so they've managed to tweak some stuff. But that doesn't make the first ones bad. It just makes them slightly better.
Yeah.
But they're still really good. And that's why it's iterations on a thing. Does that make sense?
Black Maximus
does, yes.
It does. Blackburn Maximus, when Hornet is being laid down, how many more could have been laid down, and how would this affect the war? If, at the same time as laying down Hornet, they'd gone, we're out of the treaties, we're laying down X number of Yorktowns, and used all the different yards available so they could have laid down Yorktowns, you could have... Maths in my head says 5 yards were ready, but I would not like to be held to that figure. 5 yards could have... You could have... 5 more. So you could have laid down 6 at the same time as Hornet. But if you had, then you've had a response from the others. Because if you consider Hornet
this is the thing. It's not.
The thing is, Hornet is
never in isolation.
Hornet is laid down in September 1939. She's laid down on the 25th of September 1939. The interesting thing is, if they lay down those ships at that point, she's, of course, commissioned October 1941. You would have a lot more carriers in US service by October 1941, but you would also have probably other things going on as well. There's going to be responses. Other powers are going to respond. The Japanese might do the Japanese might lay down a lot more. You're going to need more escorts to escort them, but you're going to need also other things as well. But that would mean you probably get more multi-carrier raids. That'd be interesting. If you're going to design a modern-day sloop for globally involved Western Navy, what would you build? What are the mission sets in peace and equipment on crew, war and crewing, etc.? There's a thing called the River Class OPV for the Royal Navy.
Yeah,
that's doing a pretty good job of sloop duties in peacetime.
Yeah, we don't have sloops anymore. We have OPVs.
Well, yes, but that's because they don't have the wartime roles. And the thing is, I would like the River Class fitted up so that they could be... Basically, if I was going to do it, I'd adapt the River Class design to have stand flex, and then I could put whatever I needed to on it. So then you're looking at... What you're looking at, example, as a modern sloop, realistically, is the Nanda Rasmussen class. If you look up the Nanda Rasmussens, you've got a good example of what a modern sloop would be, and what it would be able to do, and it's all thanks to stand flex. Which is the system the Americans tried to copy, tried to create their own version of with the LCS, and then failed, because the thing is, and this is the thing, whereas the Americans tried to delegate the role of controlling the companies and getting the companies to work together to another company, the Danish was Standflex, very much made it the role of the government to control it, and basically were... you will work together or you will be off this contract. And if you look at the history of Standflex, what's really interesting is the number of companies which are thrown off the contract because they didn't play ball. It actually happened 3 times. There was one of the companies was quite actually a big company involved, and they thought they were too big to be chucked off, so they thought they could play games and go, well, no, our system won't work with their system, so you have to buy our system and our version of this. And they found their contract terminated, and they were very unhappy about that, but they learnt their lesson. And BAE were very happy with that, because that meant BAE got their job as well. But there's a whole range of why are certain systems involved in Standflex and not others. And people go, well, they started off with this company, so why didn't they end up involved? Well, it's because they tried to play silly beggars. And it's the Danish government are... The Danish government were brutal involved in it, but they'd written the rules so they could be. And interestingly enough, when asked where they modelled their system on, they modelled their system on Lego and how Lego works with their subcontractors. Because Lego has subcontractors.
It's a Lego warship.
And, yeah, Standflex is basically a Lego warship. But if you know, Lego's dealings with subcontractors are incredibly tight. You will work together. You will produce to these tolerances. And if you don't, you are out. We don't care how big you are. You are not too big to be kicked. Did Black Horse manage to put one directly in the Twitch in the Discord chat?
Who is that?
Did Black Horse manage to
smite?
Did the Black Horse manage to get one directly into the Discord chat? I'm just impressed they managed to get round to the Discord chat.
What? Okay, well, delete.
Don't delete. Don't be cruel. Leave it in there.
I'm not going to be cruel. I'm being fair to everybody else.
Yeah.
Yes. Ruinon cannot be cool because he worked hard in school.
Exactly. She
there
did.
You go. You see,
she
I
did.
can. Yeah. See, I can. See, I can.
But
yes. She. Sorry.
She.
See, I can quote songs too.
Yeah. Fleet, there is almost nothing in that statement that was correct.
Yeah. Black Horse, what would happen if German ship production had not been cut so much after World War One? The Royal Navy would have kept on fighting. The British would not have stopped if the Treaty of Versailles had not included what they required for the shipyards for the options. Then the Germans would have had British troops marching into Germany. And you have to remember, at the end of World War One, at the timeline when World War One's ending, the most effective army in the field is the British Army. The French army's been massacred. The American army's not yet fully worked up. The British army is the only one deployed on scale, fully worked up, and still fighting. There is a reason why the offensives taking place by the Allies in 1918 are all built around the British army. And they're all adjuncts to the British Army and what the British Army's doing.
This is what people call the Duke British Army. So it's also got the Dominions.
Yes.
Remember, we had weaponized the Canadians.
And the South Africans, and the Australians, and the New Zealanders. And
you need to weaponize the Canadians?
We don't really, but we actually, at one point, there's a Canadian division operating alongside a division of Gurkhas, and I do consider that a war crime factory.
It's not a war crime factory. It's just that the people picking up the pieces afterwards are taking lots of notes and happen to work in Geneva.
Yes. It's like, there are not many rules before the Canadians go to war. After the Canadians have gone to war, there are lots of rules.
Yes, and it continues to rise the more the Canadians do war.
Yeah.
The Canadians never break the rules. But they have been the reason many have been written. Hendrik Bofa.
But they're so polite and nice and kind.
Look,
surely they wouldn't do something as dastardly as habituating German troops to receiving canned rations, only to switch out the rations for grenades.
No, they'd not do that.
Only on about 3 occasions.
Yeah, surely the Canadians would never do anything quite so horrific as that. Oh no, yes, they would, in fact.
They did, multiple times. Henry Buffer, if a 3.5 litre 15-inch shell is scaled up to 1,100 kilograms, by my calculations, that gives you a 43 centimetre gun. Would this lightweight for caliber make it viable? Is it 3.5 litre, or is it 3.5 times length you're talking about? Hendrik Bofa.
Yeah. You do it.
Because if it's a... Yeah, and there's also, is which shell design are you talking about to get to that weight, etc.? Basically, this is one of those ones where we need a lot more information than you're providing.
And you're talking about having a 17-inch gun.
Yeah.
Which is icky.
It's what the British thought the Yamatos were. Officially. If Matthew Clarence, if a Sea Typhoon had been built, would France have still left the Eurofighter program? Probably not. But at that point, Britain's Britain's aircraft carriers are going to have to be Cadabar. And if you are building a Sea Typhoon, you are building it's basically becoming an F-35A, F-35C as a scenario, where you're going to have something which has the same avionics, but has a very different airframe. And whilst people go, no, it doesn't have a different airframe. Look at it. It looks similar on the outside. Look underneath the skin. The F-35C and the F-35A are kissing cousins. And they are not siblings.
Don't look under the skin. Don't look under the skin. They're totally the same. Honest.
Yeah.
Really.
Two things. One, Steve Clarke. That would be a war crime of the highest nature, which I think would even make the Allies consider censuring the Canadians.
Oh, come on, really? What did I do to deserve this? Why is my favourite ship lampooned to Kingdom Come and back? And it's only me.
Are you insinuating that the Department of Defense lied to Congress and actually got three planes under the guise of one program to meet their operational needs?
No.
Are you insinuating that the Joint Chiefs of Staff and DARPA and Lockheed Martin would lie to Congress in order to secure funding for a vitally needed project?
No, they wouldn't dare, surely.
Look, they look similar enough because they use.
Next thing you'll tell me that the FA-18 Super Hornet is actually a completely different airframe and only bears the most broad strokes similarity to the FA-18 Hornet.
Look, it still has Hornet in its name, okay? That's about all that there is similarity between the two.
It's pure scandalous, sir. Pure scandalous. You impugn upon the honor of the DoD and DoD procurement. And
they learned
DoD
from the
congressional relations.
They learned from the best. Up until then, the USN kept actually being truthful about their procurement. So only after World War II and after they spent a lot more time in the Royal Navy, they realised the benefits of being creative. Nice to get everyone. Would it be right to think that had World War II dragged on, that the Western Wyvern might have been used in combat and how she performed? Probably, and she performed pretty interestingly, but it would be against the Japanese by that point, probably. Night Secretary for one. Would it be right to think that had World War II dragged on, that the Grum's F6F Hellcats and Curtis SB2C Helldivers and General Motors Team Inform would have been used on USN carriers?
They were.
I'm trying to remember the service date for the F6F6. I think they were. 6. The four-bladed Hellcat, the F6F6.
Yeah, there were two of them. Series production.
Yeah, they basically they would probably have come along at certain points, but you know, they're not. Basically, if the war had been lasted on longer, then maybe. But they are, if I remember correctly, the F6F's Hellcats.
It's got a double Wasp in it. All it is a power plant upgrade.
Yep.
And a four-blade
propeller. There's a lot that has to. Yeah, I understand that there's a lot that has to go into that to make that work, but it's not really a materially different.
It's basically one of those things that if they get that sort of, if they get, and that's still sort of the same engine as that, and pretty much that's the same engine as in the F6F4, realistically. If they get the F6F, basically it's a case of it's a nice extra engine, it's four-bladed propellers. If the war's lasting longer, they probably are going to get it, but the other option is they go straight in on the what's coming along next. Because you always have to remember what is coming along next. The Bearcat and the Corsair. Yeah. The Corsair is sort of in its role.
The Dash 6 Helldiver is just a twin Cyclone power plant Helldiver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably, possibly, maybe, but
Oh, Dr.
I mean,
Dan's...
the performance delta between even a stock Hellcat and a Zero are such that if you're going to slap a bigger engine in it, you're just adding insult to injury to the IJN at that point.
Yeah, there's also sort of a case of, in the case of need. Matthew Blairen's, what previous Dr. Dan, this is from Staff Thompson. What would the worst affection to have aboard ship during the interwar era? How do you make them comfortable until treatment can be made?
What's the worst?
The he-fish, using Cananda, using the genetic invention as a scoreboard. No, it's not a scoreboard. It's the same as Doctor Who uses museums. It's proof of life.
Same. I'm just trying to think. So, toothache's going to be bad, but fundamentally, given what dentistry was like in the interwar years, you might well just get them to pull your tooth anyway. Appendix they'll cut out. Probably breaking lots of ribs.
Lots of people going for various forms of venereal disease in the chat.
Yeah, they can be pretty unpleasant.
Yeah.
Gonorrhea?
You're not going to get anywhere for treatment at that point. Gonorrhea is just going to be, dealt with on the ship at some point. You got dentists on Battleship.
Gonorrhea, syphilis. Most of them aren't much fun. Then you'd also get it's kind of I'd actually probably say or a chronically torted testicle.
That's hurt. That would hurt. That's gonna be nerve pain.
Yeah.
That's gonna be nerve pain.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna stop this. We're gonna stop this now before we make the chat actually start to feel ill. Matthew Blairen's, what previous historical period best reflects contemporary times? I know people like to write about it's the coming of World War II or that sort of thing, but I would say it's more about it's more like the 1890s into the period before World War One. So that's the period we're looking at. It's a multipolar world, and I'm sorry people are surprised that that's what the world went to. But honestly, as me and Sal were discussing, and me and a few others are discussing, two historians, multipolar is where the world was going to end up.
It's where the world reverts to. You have periods of mono power competition, and then you have multipolar, which is where the world ends up 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. Henry Murphy, were any French ships designs done for the prototype 45cm gun? I'm sure they had some designs around their 18-inch gun. They had that evolved Rickaloo design, didn't they, for an 18-inch gun? Fleet, you're the French expert. You're the one who can stand to look at their ships for longer than we can.
The 45cm gun. Let me just check that in inches real quick.
That's 18 inches.
No French ship ever carried a gun of that caliber.
No designs for their 18-inch gun they're working on.
Again, as far as I'm aware, from what research I've done, no ships were designed to even carry the 18-inch gun.
I'm sure I've seen a design somewhere of a Rickaloo, which was sort of penciled out with an 18-inch gun. An evolved Rickaloo design based around an 18-inch gun, but I think that's about it. And I'm not sure if that was an actual official design or was that someone's musings on paper, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like... I don't think the French were actually contemplating a gun of that size.
They were trying to develop a gun. They were trying to develop a gun of that size, but that was a long way away.
Yeah, and I'm also like looking at it and going, by the time you're looking at mounting a gun like that on a ship, you're sort of at the period where the battleship is what's the word? Not obsolete, but you're not looking to procure new battleships, basically.
Its candle is waning in the wind.
Something like that.
Yep.
We should probably burst into Elton John's song at this moment, but none of us have the ability to do the high baritone. Knight 6831, was the Grum F8F Bearcat and General Motors F3M1 Bearcat never more than a stopgap until jets came along?
No,
it was more than that.
No, they were the last generation piston-engined aircraft. They weren't a stopgap. They were the ultimate form, or they were some examples of the ultimate form of the piston-engined aircraft. The last of a thoroughly mature line of technological development.
Yeah, that's like saying the Sky Raider was a stopgap until the A-10.
But also, they were being designed and actually introduced before they knew that they could definitely operate jets off
carriers.
carriers.
Stafford Thompson,
so that's the thing.
What would a 21st century Hoche be if the French built one? There's a recent French ship.
You can't
get very garish colors.
So let me think. A French ship that's the first of a style of vessel they haven't built for a long time. That's an experimentation of what they want to do. Is a style of ship they've had before, but not for a long time, and it would look interesting. Oh, simple. It'll be a French cruiser. It'll be a French missile cruiser. It's a style of ship the French haven't built for a long time, and in building a new one, they'd probably come up with some interesting and wacky ideas for how it would look and how it would function. So, in all honesty, no. It's more akin to because the thing with Hoche is that she's the first capital ship they've built.
In a while.
Yes, and so the only equivalent would have to be something they haven't built for a long time. Which in this case would be the only type of vessel that France hasn't procured in a long time and would reasonably procure again, would be a missile cruiser.
And I'm thinking that they look at that was it German frigate that has a really big forehead, has like a 10 head in the superstructure, and they say, we'll use that.
Yeah, we
make it
yeah,
bigger.
give me some of that.
Either that, or they make it like the Oceanic Survey and Recovery vessels, which are an absolute experience to look at.
Baguette. I can be trusted with the French language. Honestly, I swear.
Well, actually, you see, the thing is, the French actually do have an existing design, which may fit this criteria.
Thomas Gurkha, that is because you lose too much internal hull volume to make any stability gain worth it. You need the internal hull volume for the hangar. You need it for the weapon storage. You need it for fuel storage, engineering plant. You don't want to take the cut that a multi-hull design is going to give you.
And if I go for...
I see France is still currently in its... we like to actually make ships that people will actually be willing to look at.
Knight, what are you talking about? Don't do what I did on Friday. What are you talking about, Knight?
Yeah, I just ignore it. If you don't understand what Knight's talking about, just ignore it. That's what I know. In a nicest way, it'll either explain itself or it'll go away.
Fair enough, Dr. Clarke.
That's all. That's my policy with many of the questions that I get asked. It's a great one for having with students. They either will explain the question in a way that can be understood, or they will go away and hopefully answer the question themselves, and then come back and go, I found this out myself. You go, that's good, that's great, that's learning. And it's a case of,
well done.
And no point did you ask a question which I could actually interpret as a question, because I didn't know what you were talking about.
With the pictures you put up on the screen, you're actually making it seem like you're trying to get me to believe that the French naval industry and design bureaus are actually capable of designing aesthetically pleasing ships.
This is the brand new French frigate. So they have now designed one of the most beautiful looking ships in the world. So obviously the next generation is going to be the most ugly looking ship in the world, because this is the French. They can never do one extreme. They always go from one extreme to the other. I'm saying this looks lovely. And what the French always do is they design a beautiful ship, and then what is the next class?
You see, to me, that has Hoche vibes. That has Hoche vibes, and I love it for that.
Oh, that is an insult to that whole fleet. That is
how rude can you be?
It's a compliment.
Please never say that to a girl. Never.
Only you assume I'm talking naval history when I'm on a date.
Knock it off. Sorry, Fleet. Go ahead.
Oh.
But yeah, that does not look like the Hoche. That's not Hoche-ish.
That's a good looking.
That's very much not Hoche-ish.
Yeah, it's a good looking vessel.
Yeah, I would actually be willingly associated with that vessel.
Yeah. It's a good ship.
It's bad enough I'm willingly associated with you. Please don't willingly associate me with the Hoche. Matthew Blarins, if the Harrier wasn't invented, would the USMC get catapults on their LHDs? No, because the USMC does not have LHDs.
No, because the US Navy would never allow them to get that, because they consider that carrier procurement.
Remember what Marine stands for. My aft rides in Navy equipment. That's what Marine stands for. So it's not my aft rides in Marine equipment. It's Navy equipment.
Yeah.
So yeah, the LHDs are probably likely always going to have some form of catapult or even a ski ramp, simply so that the Navy has the ability to flex heavier aircraft on and off. So, Blackburn Maximus. What if the London destroyer tonnage, assuming this is London Treaty destroyer tonnage, was 2,022.54 liters? Royal Navy goes, what?
Japanese build something even more top heavy.
The tribal class destroyers have 2 quintuple torpedo launchers as well as 8 guns.
We are getting out of the destroyer leader section with this one, lads.
Yeah,
we are well into the. You are basically a light cruiser. Congratulations. Here's your sticker.
You are a daring class from 1949, not a tribal class from 1936. Royal Navy will love them.
Yes.
You are my precious child. I christen you destroyer leader.
The other navies will not like them. What will happen in Narvik will be very, very even nastier.
That's getting positively Canadian.
Just remember, the Canadians get tribal class destroyers.
Can you imagine the Canadians in a full destroyer leader fleet of just 2250 tribals?
No. No, we can't do this to the enemies of the British Empire.
Can you imagine how angry Eskimo gets when she loses her bow at 2250 and just This is where I can imagine, even though I don't know where the line comes from, but them just raising something in flag signal that says, "I have not yet begun to fight," as it reverses up the fjord towards the enemy.
Look, there's even something worse when you think about it. Because you have to remember, the Australians had tribal class destroyers as well.
Right, what is all the thing?
And the Japanese learnt to worry when they heard an Australian tribal was in the water nearby them.
Yeah, well, the thing is, all you hear when the Australian tribals are near is yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, mate, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, mate, yeah, nah, mate, yeah, shrimp of the Barbie, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah.
No, all you hear
at
when a
2250 they might.
All you hear
at
when
2250 they might just be large enough to hold the EMU command facilities.
Yeah.
My God.
Which could cause great trouble.
In that case, then it changes from yena 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 to yena yena squawk, yena yena squawk squawk. Basically.
All right. So next part of the question, Team Malocca, why did the Royal Navy didn't stop the voyage of the Second Baltic Fleet after the incident of Dogger Bank? Political reasons. Basically, the politicians decided not to get involved because of the Royal Navy. If they had done worse, if they hadn't apologised immediately, then Beresford had the Channel Fleet ready to go, and it was going to be a very quick, very short annihilation.
Yep.
But there was a reasonable chance it would drag us into a war against the French.
There was a chance.
Because if
there was a chance.
If the Russians.
It would break up early discussions of the Entente and all those things, yes. But the thing is, the French were likely not going to get involved. The French, in fact, told the Russians they would not to get involved under those circumstances, because if the Russians didn't apologise over Dogger Bank and they ended up at war with the British, and the French public went, you know what, we're going to war with because the Russians believed they're right over the fact that they sank unarmed Fisher trawlermen in North Sea, then the French would have to deal with their own trawlermen revolting against them. And we know that group is only slightly less militant than their farmers.
And just remember, kiddos, if there's one thing that the French general populace knows how to do, it's throw a disruptive party.
Yes! Look, you're talking about people... I have never seen better organised strikes than I have when I've seen the French strikers. And the fact is, you have not lived until you've had one of the lovely burgers and the various things they cook on their portable grills as they're rolling them through the streets with their striking groups to make sure they're fed. And the fact that they have these grills just sitting around, ready to be pulled out. They are prepared to go on strike. They have the systems in place.
To be fair, the British firemen had really well organised braziers.
Yes.
I remember that when they went on strike. I was very impressed.
And let's be real, my fellow Americans, that's why the French get paid more than 69 cents an hour.
Runon, apparently Dragon is still being a mean-eater fox, so you may need to deal with this.
See, I have an idea of what being mean means, and let's put it this way. Your cousins would not be coming after you. They would be coming after me if I explained what I thought is being communicated there.
Oh, no, believe me, I understand perfectly well. I have to deal with this when I'm dealing with the pair of them. And while I do deeply value their presence and what they have to say, sometimes Foxo and Dragon can be Foxo and Dragon. And take from that what you will. But suffice to say, Dragon, stop being mean to Foxo.
Have you made them admins on your YouTube channel yet, Fleet?
Yes.
You have, finally. Because I did it before you, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. I value them.
Anyway,
Black
Horse asks, if the portholes were closed, would the Britannic have survived?
No.
Possibly.
Yeah.
The problem is with the hole she got blown in the side of her by that mine.
No, actually no, because in a nice way, if the portholes because of compound flooding issue, because the portholes are open on the lower decks, because of the nurses opening them to let air in, circulate, and try and clean out the wards when they were told not to. then water comes in far faster and it overloads the units. They have enough survivability built into Britannic. They could have made it to a point to which they could have run themselves ashore. Now, if it survives, depends on how the structure works up to survives that running itself ashore, and secondly, whether they decide to fix it or scrap it. Honestly, she's a big enough, valuable enough asset. They probably would decide to fix it, as long as it's anything like okay. But remember, that's what the captain was trying to do. Why was the captain trying to get to the shore? Was because they were trying to make it a survivable, a strategic asset survive. And also because the closer they get to shore, the closer they let lifeboats off to shore, the more likely the lifeboats are to survive. And the crew, the people getting off, are likely to survive.
Yeah, of course, let's not forget, if she's grounded, White Star are going to be sat there with their hands folded going, you borrowed our ship, we lost Titanic in 1912, we only have 2 of our flagship liners left. So, yeah, fix it.
Yeah, but let's put it this way. If White Star goes up to the British government and tries to use the loss of Titanic as an excuse or leverage for the Britannic to be fixed on the government dime, the British government is going to turn and look at White Star like, yes, and whose orders was Titanic sailing under when she was lost? Oh, right, she was sailing under your orders. That sounds like a you problem, mate.
Yes, but then White Star's going to turn around and say, well, whose orders was Britannic sailing under when she was lost?
In a nicest way.
Yours!
No, in a nicest way, it wouldn't come down to that and would never be so silly as that. It would be a case of they would just go up there, they go, well, in a nice way, get the assessors in, probably from Lloyd's Register, who would assess whether the ship could be salvaged, whether it could be fixed. If they said it could be, then White Star Line would go, contract, government, you're paying for this as she was under your charter and your instruction, your command while she was doing it. The government would go, thank you very much, of course, and she'd be that would be how she'd be fixed. She'd probably get temporary repairs in somewhere like Malta or in Italy, and then she'd get fully repaired in Harland Wolff.
Mm-hmm. Harland and Wolff.
Yeah,
love that ship.
Montana, that ship would probably never be right. Quotes again, even after a full up repair.
Well, it probably would be, but they basically they'd functionally have to rebuild probably the front third of the ship. So functionally, what you'd functionally do is you would take off the front third of the ship and rebuild it, and you would probably be rebuilding the engine rooms as well.
Of course, who knows? We might have a Titanic sister that may not be prone to hitting things. Be nice, wouldn't it?
I mean, Britannic did hit a mine.
Yes, but that was the only thing she hit, unlike Olympic, who hit everything. It's like I often say, and I have a quote that I'm going to put on a t-shirt at some point and sell as merch. Titanic hit an iceberg. Britannic hit a mine. Olympic hit everything else. The only difference is Olympic was so... The only difference is Olympic was so tough, she just said, fight me, and no one wanted to.
No, I still need to get...
Olympic was the completionist of the class. She looked at the list of things they hit and decided that she had to hit the rest because she had to complete it on behalf of her sisters. Otherwise, they were not at the scores. I still need to get a t-shirt that says, transphobes be like, this is a battle cruiser, and has a picture of USS Lexington on it. Oy, caramba.
Oh my god, there's actually a thing called Foxo Treat. Oh my god.
Yes,
no.
we do have Foxo
Treat. No way.
Yes, we have Foxo Treat.
There's also a Runon Treat, but I haven't been able to get the functionality applied to Dr. Clarke's machine yet.
Oh my god, that's funny.
It should be applied.
Given that you just sent a message, I would assume that you are out of timeout.
That would usually be the assumption there, wouldn't it? Oh, we have fun, folks. We have fun, I like to think.
Anyway, I think we already answered this prior, but Matthew Blarens is asking if the Invincible class has been upsized to strike carriers, would airborne early warning have been developed for them?
I mean, we already answered that question in the small Invincible question.
Yeah.
Gregory Zirkov, Conning tower was reduced in weight on later ships, so why is it called a protection change on Nelson?
Honestly, it's because, how do I put it? It's the conning towers on the Nell rods are the last gasp of the true battleship admirals, who are still thinking pre-World War One usage of battleships. It's honestly something which the Royal Navy's already looking at getting rid of. So yeah.
Carl von Gazenberg, speaking of 20s catching up air defense, can we expect more layers of 2020s warships, air, ASW, and anti-surface defenses, such as my money is on the deployment of directed energy weapons?
Oh yeah, they're coming. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see more 40mm start appearing.
Yeah, or 75, or a rapid fire 5, or
it'll be a
rapid fire
76.
3-inch.
It's a 76mm. It's Otto Malera, and it's already being looked at by everyone.
And
what can I say? The Italians make good hot rods.
The Italians really do make good hot rods. I
won't tell the Mopar more power people, but Italians do make some fine pieces of fast kit.
Mm-hmm.
You can't maintain it for anything, but I think
the Italians very, very good at what they do.
KVG, we've answered that one. 96831, yes. Most of the Bearcat production was going to the USN because they're the ones who pretty much operate them. Matthew Blairens, were rocket catapults ever considered for or tested on aircraft carriers? Yes, they were. If not, what are the cons of rocket catapults? They decided to go with rocket-assisted takeoff systems instead of rocket catapults because of the damage it causes to the deck and the run.
Hey, Fleet, I got a better T-shirt. I don't have a better T-shirt idea for you. Montana does. Olympic and Dreadnought, greater love story than Twilight.
Yes.
So, hats off to USS Montana for that one.
Yeah, Montana has. Montana is the most loyal fleet supporter.
Mm-hmm.
That just.
Hell breaks loose. Both the Netherlands and Poland have plans to integrate Tomahawk on their subs. Thoughts? It's always fun to have. But
the Tomahawk is rapidly becoming the Toyota Hilux of NATO in terms of NATO strike missiles.
Yeah, because it works.
There is no shortage of support. There is no shortage of support systems and experience for the Tomahawk platform.
Yeah.
It is everywhere.
Yeah.
And also, dang it, Foxo, you deleted the... Nope, you reposted it. Titanic hit an iceberg. Britannica mine. Olympic hit everything worth a dime. Chat's on fire tonight. I like it.
They are.
Yeah.
They really are. Chat is just absolutely doing the business.
This is why I like. This is why I like Bruships.
Yeah.
96831.
Question 153. Why wasn't the F6F produced by General Motors during World War II? I'm going to take a guess and say that they didn't win the contract to build them.
Bingo.
Yep.
And they were getting enough elsewhere. And that's the last of questions, apparently, on the list.
Yep.
So, shall we open up for a few more questions?
I think we should.
Yeah, we're at 4.5 hours or 3.5 hours currently. So I'm
going to reopen. Need to do an advert.
Yeah, go ahead and do an advert. I'm going to reopen questions until we get, I'm going to say 20 questions.
Okay. We're taking 20 more questions. 20.
And then after that, I'm going to close it. So. We got 3 questions. Do I hear 4? Do I hear 4 questions? 4 questions? 4
5 questions
in.
We get 6.
4 questions. 5. I hear 5 now. 6 now. 6.
Okay, get 7. 7.
8. Do I hear 8 questions? 8 questions. 8. I got 8.
9. We get 9.
Now that we've just broken the brain of everybody in chat.
Yeah, me and
I like potatoes.
I'm
I like
slightly.
potatoes.
I'm not quite sure what's going on.
I have 3 brain cells, and they're all currently being put under threat by the United States federal government.
My headphones are running low on juice. Or at least one of them is. How many questions have we got through? 1, 2, 3, 4.
We got 12 questions in the mag right now, plus one from Foxo, who has so graciously bribed us to put her question to the front of the pack.
how did she bribe us? What did she use? Money?
10 great British pounds.
My goodness, the lady has 10 great British pounds. Why am I not supported?
You know, it's amazing that all you British people aren't completely flat anemic. Pay with everything in pounds.
I just stop.
And Dragon has a question that just scares me.
How are you jumping? So you were... That's interesting. Very interesting. That makes sense. I know why that went through.
Stop trying to understand it.
I have to understand it because it's not working the way it should be working. So I have to understand why it's not working that way. So unduck the toaster.
Give in to the chaos.
We do not give in to the chaos. The chaos is bad.
Yay.
Okay.
Depends. If it's Warhammer Fantasy Chaos, it's actually quite tolerable.
Here's a question
No.
I put for everyone, right? So our house is up for sale. As you know, our old house in Epsom is up for sale. And it was with a estate agent who was supposedly the best in our area for near enough 6 months, and it didn't get a single viewing. It's been with the new estate agent for 24 hours. 2 people have booked in. Do we think that the previous estate agents were not doing their job?
Yes.
No.
Considering the new the new group is literally one person who's working solo, who we were recommended by a friend who went, "Oh, we went with them and they were pretty good." I went, "Okay." Yeah.
At some point, Dr. Clarke, I'll need to tell you the story of a friend of mine and their shenaniganry in housing. I think you'll have a similar reaction.
Hey, Foxo, thanks for the super chat question. Postal proposals for Franco British Union. Ooh, that's an interesting one.
As realized in the house.
All right, so
An unhappy marriage. Oh, good lord.
questions are now open. How many do we have in the?
Right now, I'm marking 17.
Oh, so we've got space for 3 more. 3 more questions. Didn't Shifra have a question earlier? Shifra had a question earlier. I'm sure Shifra had a question earlier, which I'm not sure has they put in. Because they can.
Hang on, I'll scroll up and grab it.
I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. Because they weren't that long before we went live with the questions. I found it. Yeah.
Are you hammering the release button?
Yeah, just checking all.
Okay.
We got a quite.
I'm going to go ahead and
added straight into the chat into the Bruships questions. On the
we had a
Discord
couple.
server.
I'm going to grab RG's question and I'm going to grab Knight's question because Steve said go ahead and submit, and I missed that before I hit the close command.
Yeah. Stafford! There are little cousins watching.
Yeah, that's why I deleted it.
I expect Stafford. As funny as it may be, there are little cousins watching.
That's why I deleted it.
It may surprise you to learn, but Ruinon knows things.
Okay. Questions are closed.
I can read certain things like tone and implied meaning.
So we have questions. And Knight6831 has apparently joined Discord.
Oh, Lord, I'm in trouble now!
Questions have actually been put in the questions have actually put in the Discord server. Directly put in. Into the Discord.
Where are you seeing that?
I'm on the Bruships Q&A questions. It's open beside me.
He hasn't joined the Discord server.
Well, Knight6331 app.
Yes, that is because I have the app configured so that it seems to have broken somehow. I'm not certain how.
Yeah, I think it's broken because there's these ones which are saying Powder Monkey app.
It's formatted in a different way. But regardless, that is an older functionality of Powder Monkey that changes the name to that of the user on Twitch or Discord.
Okay.
Or Twitch or YouTube, excuse me. So.
Stafford is lost.
I'm not quite certain what
doesn't know what
there.
he said. Yeah. So, Mackie Blarens, why have there been so few operational Stubble fighters? Because
they're hard to do.
Yeah, pretty much that's it. They're hard, and because the actual numbers you need of them are not so great as to justify building multiple builds.
Because if you're worried about, it's easier to build something that's say got, because all the excuses for kind of we could hide them in forests and things in Germany for the RAF. You can just have something that'll take off from with a rough field capability, like the Swedes build into everything or whatever, and you can build a fantastic Stovel.
I would say if you want real fun, drive around Sweden and Finland on the bus, and look at how straight and true and level some of the roads are.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
And you also get. And I mean, we saw, what was the name of the de Havilland, I think it was the de Havilland Canada aircraft we saw at the fantastic aviation museum.
Not far from where the hider is. Oh.
Around Hamilton.
Yeah.
Canadian Heritage Wings or something.
Yeah.
They were absolutely brilliant. But they had a fab thing that could take off in a couple of 100 yards. We worked out that it would basically work as a carry-on-board delivery without needing to have any sort of assistance taking off or landing on something like the QEs. And yes, you can achieve these sorts of things without having to go the whole kind of flippy, tilty jet things and all that kind of stuff. And there are certain points when the technology hits a point where the flippy, tilty jet things work and become worth it. And then the rest of the time they aren't, would be what I'd say. In terms of the power density you can get compared with the capabilities. And you kind of, that's why there wasn't another Harrier for a long time, for instance.
Yeah. Question: were the battles of the Barents Sea similar to the actions of USS Johnson against the Yamamoto? Yes and no. Johnston's actions were very brave, but there is an argument as to whether or not they were doctrine. And there's also the fact they're going in for real attacks, whereas the British ones are using dummy attacks to drive them off. firing just enough real torpedoes from the whole group to make it realistically worrying, but not enough to actually lay them out. So, yeah, I suppose that they're similar in from a perspective of looking at how they're handling the operations, but they're different in terms of timbre and tone, if that makes sense. Ince Morrison, which ancient
they're
naval...
not ones I'd ever...
Yeah, it comes. Dan?
I was just going to say, they're not they're not a couple of types of battles that I'd compared with each other in the past to kind of try and work out whether they seem similar or dissimilar or not. Interesting question, but they feel very different. Anyway, sorry.
No worries.
Oh.
Which ancient naval commander was the best?
Naval commander.
Ancient naval commander. Ooh.
You had the guy who you had the commander when the Athenians won in 480 BC against the Persians at Salamis.
Yeah, like Salamis is a big one.
The Salamis is a big one. You had the battle.
I go for probably Agrippa.
Yeah, Agrippa.
Yeah, Agrippa's a fairly good pick.
Because, let's be honest, he's the one who wins the war for Octavian, thanks to the Battle of Naulochus. So, yeah. And there's also the Battle of Actium as well. So, yeah, I'd say probably him, because he does more than one massive battle. And he wins them all fairly successfully. He was a fairly capable naval commander because he fought in Agrippa. His key to his capabilities was he treated everything like a logistics exercise, which works quite well. Knights of Griffin, was the IJN Tycho's condition a factor in why her scuttling was so difficult? As Royal Navy's Plan A opened the Kingston valves and Plan B of using scuttling charges did not work. So the
Royal Navy had to activate Plan C and do things the old-fashioned way: sink with gunfire the Crown Colony class cruiser H.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a factor, but there's also factors of design and factors of are you opening the right valves on a ship you don't fully understand, because it's not one of the ships you built.
Mm-hmm.
Black Horse, how many instances are there of one ship not being able to fire at the other because the guns cannot press enough, or the shells just go right through and explode outside the ship? Ooh.
I mean, there was HMS Spitfire at Jutland.
Yes.
Um,
Glowworm was arguably trying for that in World War II.
Yeah.
I know there's some fun things there's some fun issues at the Battle of Tsushima between the various small ships and some of the bigger ships, but usually, as a rule, you will have guns that can cover all ranges you're likely to engage at.
Yeah, I mean, the other time I think was occasionally with submarines when people were getting really, really close.
Yeah.
But
submarines were interesting. That's why they sort of started inventing some very interesting things on some of the merchant ships for the convoys, including one ship which literally had something they called the old piano, because it was a lump of stuff which looked like an old piano they had on a derrick crane, and their plan was to swing it out over the submarine and drop it down. I think it was a lump of something. I think it was a lump of literally of almost pure metal, from memory they got from a scrapyard or something.
That's gonna hurt.
It's gonna squash your submarine. How much would an upsized Invincible class carriers change the Falklands conflict? Not as much as having airborne early warning would change it, but it would certainly give you more Harriers down there from the beginning. Which, if you've got Harriers,
And you've also
airborne
not
early warning,
got the basically the real change is basically if Hermes dies, you don't have to go home.
You don't have to go home if Hermes dies anyway, but
You do. You do. If Hermes is meaningfully impacted, you can't. The Royal Navy considered they couldn't actually stay down there.
No, that was the RAF report. That was the RAF report which wrote that, and that was also Sandy Woodward which said that later on after the war. But the Royal Navy's plan during the war, and this was as confirmed by Michael Clarke and the other things, was if Hermes gets lost, that's a problem. But in a nice way, you take all the Sea Kings off Invincible, you put them onto everything else, and you operate Sea King as a pure Harrier carrier, as Invincible as a pure Harrier carrier.
Oh wow! Well, there you go. The more you know, the more fleet knows.
In the nicest way, no, losing Hermes was not an ender.
Holy moly!
It's not a good thing to lose Hermes, but it's not an ender. It's not an end game scenario. The more trouble they're going to have is what they're going to make the case of afterwards. But having larger Invincible class carriers makes it more. It gives you more force down there to begin with, more flexibility in that. And you might if you have larger carriers, if they are more orientated towards being carriers rather than anti-submarine warfare leads, which is what they were technically built as, you are likely going to have more likelihood of that airborne early warning being funded by the Treasury and having that in service. So you'll have more Harriers and you have airborne early warning, and those two together will make a very different Falklands War. And might stop things like a certain Hercules doing nightly drops into San Carlos. Now, Black Horse, question. How many instances are there of one ship not being able to... Oh, we answered that one, didn't we?
I think we did, yeah.
Yeah.
So, question. We answered that one as well. Question. Did the Queen Elizabeth class battleships ever do ramming?
I can't think of any examples.
I think Warspite came close enough where she was talking about ramming German destroyers in Narvik, but she never got close enough to actually do it.
I think Tribals kept on interfering.
Yes, basically. Now, for the next question, it's a fun one. It's Desert Fox, though, the post-war proposals for Franco-British Union goes through, and both are federalised in a federalised unhappy marriage. Assuming it survives, how does it do in the Cold War?
The problem you've got is that unhappy marriage is probably an understatement. The French are wanting to hold on to their colonial empire as much as possible. The British are wanting to decolonize gradually as much as they can.
I mean,
you could have a very interesting scenario whereby it becomes especially if it depends on how early it happens post-war. It could be that the British basically focus in on the Navy and the Air Force, the French focus in on the Air Force and the Army, and they basically apportion duties that way. And that could be intriguing.
It's not
but for the Cold War, it's going to present an issue of how you actually get it to work together. It's going to be the political factions. It's going to be deciding the language you're going to use for it. Also, it's going to be the thing of how long does it stay just Britain and France, because it's either going to collapse and dispute, or it's going to grow.
So I think almost
with people like the Dutch, etc., joining it.
So, to my mind, because the big thing is that this is a way that you get a kind of legitimate French regime continuing instead of the Vichy regime. So that means you don't have the historical Free French. So that means you don't have de Gaulle. And the impact of de Gaulle being a much more minor part of the first decade or two of the Cold War is huge. Because the man's personality feels like it's stamped all over French kind of foreign policy and things.
Yes.
We're
going to go with his personality being stamped all over the things.
Yeah, I mean,
So that's going to be the biggest thing. So actually, you might not have the French trying to hold on to their colonies in the same way, because it may be that a different faction takes over and they can agree to decolonize.
The problem that you've got is that de Gaulle was actually one of the most vocal advocates for more rapid French decolonization. In fact, it was only thanks to him returning to the presidency a second time that France abandoned its 2 decades-long struggle in men and bodies to hold on to Algeria, which nearly led to him being assassinated.
Yeah, it was the day of the jackal. It's a weird. It's such a big butterfly flapping its wings that it just does such weird things.
And the thing is, what you might get is the British persuading the French as part of it is going, look at what we're doing with our Commonwealth plan. Look at what our plan is for it. So it's not decolonization. It might be they might reach a sort of a halfway thing between the French wanting to hold things on and the British Commonwealth plan of dominionization. That might be how they go. And it might be they invite other countries within the Commonwealth, or within those things, to join the Federation. So you might end up with a scenario whereby they're trying to persuade Canada and Australia and South Africa and India to join this combined federation of states.
Like, if Britain and France can, if Britain and France make it work, there is literally no barriers. Culture, language, it no longer matters. If Britain and France can stay together, anyone can stay in the Federation.
And it suddenly becomes a far more powerful organisation, and that would truly scare the communists, because that would be a world-spanning organisation. That would also probably scare the Americans as well, to be fair, because it changes the end of World War. If it does become a truly federated, global thing with all these countries getting involved and being federated in together, that is a power equivalent to the United States.
Oh no, it's more than that, actually.
Gives the Americans the ability of having one person they have to call to get people on side, but also gives the Americans one person they have to call.
Yeah, you've also got the problem that, the nuclear threats that... Well, first of all, the Suez Crisis will just be a fait accompli, given the fact that...
The force involved, would the Suez Crisis even happen? Would NASA even do that? Do the sort of thing in that scenario?
Given his overconfidence historically,
no, in a world where you have them all in a federation, and you have it would Egypt be part of that federation?
Given that Egypt would probably overthrow its monarch, and its monarch would want to be part of the federation in order to continue his lifestyle of, shall we say, aggressive fun times and parties in a person-friendly manner.
This is going to sound strange, but again, if he's joined the Federation, there are going to be powers who want to keep Egypt in the Federation. And it might be a case of you're allowed to overthrow him, but you have to stay in the Federation. Or alternatively, you're going to find out exactly how the Federation will work to keep you in.
I mean, Farouk needs to go. I mean,
yes,
I
agree he needs to go, but one of the things you have to remember, the British and various other powers were already working on ways to constitutionalize the Egypt situation. I think is the phrase which I saw written in one document.
I mean, that's very true, but the problem is if there is to be an Egyptian monarchy, he can't be the person leading it.
Well, my friend, accidents do happen.
Here's
Dr.
hoping.
Clarke, are you insinuating that the British government would seek this British Franco government would seek to implement a regime change through clandestine means?
You're talking two of the most prolific regime-changing governments in the history of mankind. Between the British and the
I'm
French,
shocked.
no one is even in second or third place. A third or fourth place. The distance between the British and the French and third and fourth place in regime changes around the world is not even funny. It's absurd.
I am shocked and appalled, good sir. Shocked and appalled.
They've been doing it longer, nastier than any of you.
The CIA does not have a monopoly on this.
The CIA.
Well, no, the CIA can't even do it.
The CIA are new to this game still. They don't get it.
I mean,
they've only been
to
doing it for less than 100 years. When they come back to us, when they've been doing it for 400, until they've got at least 5 centuries of experience under their belt, they're just starting.
I mean, the CIA can't even do regime change. They think they can do it. They cannot.
Yeah.
Oh no, we can change regimes. The United States government can absolutely change regimes. It's just not good at picking the regime that comes next.
No, it just fundamentally can't change regimes because, well, no, you can, but it's just basically giving a man who wants power lots of money.
I mean, we did it in Afghanistan, we did it in Iraq, we did it in Southeast Asia, we did it in Central and South America.
No.
We did it, arguably, we did it in Europe too, but we had help with that one, so that one doesn't.
I mean, Central and South America was just, again, finding someone who wanted power and giving him what he wanted.
Yeah,
oh, Lions,
we changed the regime.
Lions, you think we have to use the SAS or the SPS? No, have a look at how many Indian Maharajas had car accidents when the dawn of the car was the brand new toy, and look at the ones who had the car accidents. I will never be able to prove it. I will be strongly suspicious of it. When that many of the people who were vocally problematic to your regime have car accidents, I'm suspicious of it.
Yes.
Anyway, Jonathan Moon. How complex was the rigging on sailing ships? Got a brand new appreciation for it, making the Endurance. Extremely complicated. That's why there was whole NCO sections that just dealt with rigging.
And
there was a whole set of plans explicitly for the rigging.
And I have a plan that when HMS Victory has her masts fully reassembled, that's when I will pay the money to Portsmouth dockyard, historic dockyard, to go and film aboard her and film the rigging. This is why I've kept off doing a rigging video, etc. Because I want to do a rigging video where I can do the rigging of Victory and compare it to the rigging of Warrior, and also talk about the rigging of Mary Rose. And I want to talk through the different types of rigging that happens in between them, sort of in development. But I want to do that after Victory has her mast back up. And that is why I've held off doing that video. And people keep going, why haven't you done a rigging video yet? And I'm going, I have reasons. And the reasons are, Victory still doesn't have her mast up. Okay? They're being renewed.
Why did it grab that? It never grabs the text out of Super Chats.
Has it managed to do it?
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
It's had a little of an evolution time. Self-evolution. Question. At the River Plate, silly question, but Commodore Harwood spots SMS Blucher gunning for her instead of Grass Bay. Is this worse for Harwood or easier? Blucher has 1930s fire control.
Oh,
Harwood's in heaven. Harwood's in heaven.
Thing is, Blucher's more heavily armored and, honestly, more heavily armed than Graf Spee is. But the problem you have to overcome is Blucher's lack of increased elevation for her main guns.
Yeah. Blucher, they can actually potentially outrange. They'll pepper pot her with 6-inch and 8-inch shells.
Yep.
She'll be on fire from stem to stern. And then they'll torpedo her.
Shibra, given the relative rates of fire, am I correct in that, assuming equivalent levels of mechanizations in the loading system, a 7.5-inch gun can generally be assumed better than an 8-inch gun?
In reality, they're going to be so similar, there's going to be not much difference. Yeah. No, in reality, sorry to speak over you, In reality, you are going to not get enough difference. There's really so little difference between the rate of fire and the between a 7.5-inch and an 8-inch gun of equivalent levels of mechanization that it's neither here nor there. The 8-inch works out better. It's the thing is you're dealing with that same level of basically the same rate of fire, give or take half a second or so, from about 6.4 inches to about 9.2 inches, which is why the 9.2 wins out as the cruiser gun, and why the 6-inch gun wins out as, because the 6-inch shell is still light enough for human manually loading. So that's why the 6-inch shell wins out as a light cruiser gun and as the heaviest weapon you can use for a light cruiser, and why the 9.2-inch gun wins out for really a cruiser. Take care, Savard. And right then, Rick Vasava. Should Canada be looking at nuclear stubs instead of up to 12 diesels? I read that diesel do not have the range of patrol to Kenny now from the current bases. You'd be right, and I would argue, yes, they should be nuke boats, but try and explain that to the current Canadian government. Honestly, Canada should probably...
They just need to buy large diesels, to be blunt.
There aren't any
long-range diesel boats.
Okay, Fleet, who's building any large diesel boats at the moment?
Oh yeah, that's right. No Western nation is. Damn it.
Is any nation building long-range diesel boats at the moment?
The Russians were until they dropped their proposal.
Yeah, there's a reason. At a certain point, once you're getting up to a certain point in scale, it's actually easier to build a nuke boat. And considering Canada's very mature nuclear industry, domestic nuclear industry, nuclear power industry, honestly, operating to some nuke boats, they should probably be looking at joining AUKUS. They should probably be looking at joining that and just jumping in with that. That would probably be the sensible decision. But that's also going to be very expensive.
We can even put them in without changing the way you say the acronym. It's like it's built for them.
Yeah. But yeah, Canada is... They should probably have nuke boats. But the trouble is, yes, you would want long-range diesels, but the last people who built long-range diesels in the West were the Collins and the Upholders. And the Australians the British haven't built anything since the Upholders, and the Australians haven't built anything since the Collins, and they're now going nuke. And for basically Canada, if they go diesel, are either going to have to bespoke design it, which means it's going to be incredibly expensive, or they are going to have to accept something which can't operate between their bases. Like Australia was looking at. That was the situation for Australia.
Knight, okay, I'm going to beat you over the head on this one. America would love it if the Royal Canadian Navy got some SSNs, because that is less tasking for U.S. SSNs.
Yeah.
They would be ecstatic if, Toronto? Whatever. If the Canadian
Ontario.
National Government decided, you know what, I'm gonna plunk down the money for a small SSN fleet. They would love it. Trust me. We look at internal American politics right now. There is a growing discomfort with U.S. underwriting everybody else's defense.
Basically,
we would love it.
If the Canadians could join AUKUS and they would get the same deal, where they probably get a British-built command and control systems, style system, so they have British-style manning, with probably potentially built in even in American yards, like some of the Australian boats possibly will be, or it'll be built domestically with the British building the power section, which is probably what's going to happen for the Australian ones, because the British have more spare capacity in their power plant production facility than the Americans do, and it's just cheaper for the Brits therefore to do it than the Americans to take a lot of money to upgrade it. It's Ottawa.
Yeah, Knight, you're gonna have to explain to me why Washington would see a Canadian SSN program as...
No.
You're really going to have to
In
explain
the
that
nicest way, considering the amount of SSNs we're talking about, it would be very useful for the Americans, for High Arctic, for the Canadians to have them, and frankly, it would be...
Also,
Yeah,
Canada, last time I checked, is an American ally. They've been part of NORAD for as long as I can remember. They're a key part of the United States defensive umbrella in the north, and the US has often considered them. The US has often considered them almost fully integrated into their chain of command in certain areas. So why would improvement in Canadian warfighting capability under the Arctic, where the US is also looking to expand its capability, be seen as a threat when Canada is a ally?
If Canada is building support for their own nuclear submarines, then they'll be also building support which can assist American nuclear submarines as well. It just helps them with Arctic basing and Arctic support of their subs. It's sensible. I realise there are things being said at the moment, and the world is full of is an interesting place, and there are interesting discourses taking place. But you have to remember, below a lot of the rhetoric, there is a lot of practicality going on, and yeah. It's
and
life.
Yeah, again, even like there is no feasible level to which the Canadian Armed Forces can build up to a point where they become a problem for the United States DoD. Like an existential, oh dear Lord, how are we going to solve this problem? Because all of their civilian infrastructure is right across the border from some of our heaviest civilian infrastructure.
Yeah.
It's okay, great. You built up a tier 2 Navy. What's your Army looking like? What's your Air Force looking like? Oh, it's a tier 2 Air Force and Army.
And you're still in. That tier 2 Navy you've got. Great. You're going to use it in Europe? Brilliant, fantastic. Now we don't have to fight the Russians in Europe, and we can focus on China. Thank you, Canada.
Yeah, it's
that is.
New IKB. Are letters of marque still legal, and would anyone dare issue them? I think it's more, would anyone dare receive them?
Theoretically, they could still be legal. And please note what I'm saying is theoretically they could still be legal. The actual wording of the laws and the actual laws around it are intriguing. There are holes, as a friend of mine who's a barrister said. Would anyone dare issue them?
Probably not.
Wait till the next major war when we have a chronic shortage of ships and see what happens. That traditionally, letters of marque are relied upon by governments when they have not built enough ships in peacetime. Otherwise, they prefer to use warships under their chain of command because they have more control over what they do and how they do it.
I would also point out that the barrier of entry to having a competent surface warfare vessel nowadays is a lot higher than it used to be in the ages.
There again, letters of marque were not about warships. They were about ships which were privateers, which were often hunting merchant ships. So there again, their requirements were not the same. Often when a privateer comes across a warship, even a small warship, it gets its tail taken. It gets taken down hard and fast. That's my one problem with the battle with the book and the movie of Master and Commander, because they are portraying it as if the privateer is of a similar level to the warship. And the reality was, the privateer would rarely have guns which were as homogeneous as a warship, so wouldn't be able to coordinate its fire the same way, etc. And all the other things, because they'd buy what they could get hold of in terms of guns, not necessarily be able to go to a foundry and buy, would like to buy X number of guns, and they'll all be the same. So yeah. Rinon, how giddy would you be transported back to a nuclear cruiser?
Depends upon what level of access I have.
Yeah.
And honestly, to me, a nuclear reactor is a black box that hot rocks go in and steam comes out. And beyond that, I'm just kind of like, ooh, pretty. And given the fact that I wouldn't be permitted to take photos inside that I could keep as keepsakes, yeah.
Okay.
Even on the oldest generation of CGNs that the U.S. produced, I wouldn't be allowed to take photos. It's Don't get me wrong. If somebody came up to me and said, "Hey, you want to go take," I would absolutely say yes. Okay, but Knight, that is the 1980s. It is 45 years later. Things have changed. But yeah, if somebody offered me the opportunity to go see a CGN top, keel to mainmast, I'd absolutely jump on it. But I think you asked a variant of this question the first time around, where it was how well would I map diagrams in my head. I could do an all right job, but it's mainly the way my brain has been trained. I'm very good at saying this system has to talk to this system, so we need links between these two systems to do that. As far as okay, you've been in this system, this infrastructure, this facility, here's some graph paper, go write it out. I really can't do that. I need to go get plans and see what I can. I'm good, but I'm not that good. I'm nowhere near that. I don't think anybody is near that good when you get into fantastically complex systems. So, hopefully that answers your question.
So, Team Locker, will Fleet wait for Alex to join Ramblings tomorrow before he answers my patron questions?
I will, if that's what you want.
Potentially. RG in 1930 Japan receives either via intervention or time displacement the equivalent of a ZSU 23 quad mount. How are things changed?
The problem
if they have the ability to produce something like the Zeus S23 quad mount, and they're actually producing it in volume, then that's going to shred any aircraft in low altitude attacks and those things, and actually help their fleet operate. But it's not really going to affect the bombers, and honestly, the thing that's probably going to cause is rockets and other systems like that, which are standoff capabilities, to be developed earlier. If that makes sense. You're going to go for standoff weapons. And, yeah. Black Horse. Did the Queen Elizabeth class ever do run? I think we answered that one. Has he doubled this up?
No,
I think it's doubled up the question.
I think both 10.0, which you have deployed, and 0.05 were active at the same time.
How?
don't ask these questions.
Because you still have 0.05 installed on your machine for some reason, which I do not understand why.
I don't, though.
Yeah, you do. As per your last screenshot, you do.
No, but I deleted it after then because I got 10.1 working.
I don't know. I see it on there as of 13:54 my time today, or 18:54 your time. Say lovey. But I'm pretty certain that's what happened. I just have no idea why.
I put it in Master's Arms chat because I basically deleted it after then because I remembered you'd been telling me off about that, so I deleted it after that. But yeah, I'll just send you through it.
I have no idea. Then I'll be at some point. Hopefully this week I actually sleep like a normal adult human being.
I'm guessing doubt it, though, what I think happened is there was a ghost in the machine.
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, so you've been put in charge of a tankery team, Girls and Panzer. What nation do you choose, and what tanks do you use?
Well, here's the funny thing about tankery. Tankery, while there are various... Well, obviously, the theme is, each nation has its own... ship and all that. Just because, as Ori shows, you don't have to use the specific nation's tanks, for your tankery team. So, in theory, you can have whatever sort of tanks you want.
I'm
So,
just trying to imagine the equivalent to ship girls for all of the British early World War II tanks. And
you're gonna break your brain.
yeah.
Apparently the Mallard team use Shah B1s.
It doesn't feel pretty.
Also, the members of the team are also the members of the Public Morals Committee in a Shah B1. I'm not sure if that fits with the Mallard team.
I mean, if it was up to me, I would.
I am trying to look at the various teams of the committees. Oh, my lord. Okay, so yeah, I have managed to find a fandom for Girls on Panzer, so I can find out what I'm supposed to be talking about, because unlike Fleet, I always believe in looking up what I'm asked questions about, so I will learn.
I thought I thought I had a fairly decent knowledge of Girls and Pants. Apparently, it turns out I do not.
No, you don't.
Don't worry, Fleetinator. Happens to the best of us. It's never happened to me though, but happens to the best of us.
I am trying to work out who are supposed to be the British equivalents, just so I can go and look at them and see what.
Oh, that would be Darjeeling. Oh no, Darjeeling is one of the girls. She's not the fleet. She's not the British equivalent. She's Gloriana.
Gloriana. Oh yes, they use the Matilda, the Churchill Mark 8, and the Crusader. Oh, their Crusader looks cool. Their Crusader. Notable members include Darjeeling, Assam, Orange Pico, Rosehip. Rosehip is the commander of the team's Crusader 3. And, oh good lord, please, Dan, don't look her up. She'll become your new fan idol. Don't look her up, Dan. Save yourself. Don't look up Rosehip.
What is it I'm not looking up?
Don't look up Rosehip from Girls and Panzer. You'll be lost. You'll be lost, my friend.
Ara.
Do not ara in my presence, please.
Ooh.
Don't do that either. I have my limits on how much anime I can take in one day.
Basically, she's a cartoon equivalent of what Dan ends up falling in love with on almost every single one of our trips.
Petchington, she has shot straight past Ginger to Pink.
Yeah.
We are no longer in the Ginger zone.
Highway to the Ginger Zone.
I don't know if that means more insanity or less insanity, but
yeah. Let's see. What was the question again? I've lost the question.
Where did we get to?
What nation do you choose, and what tanks do you use? I'm going for Britain. I'm going for the Crusader tank just because I can use that one.
Because I feel like being contrary, because that's basically who I am. I am, of course, going to pick the. Oh, come on, Fleet, use your brain. The French.
Oh, you want to be in the Shah B1? You want to be in the Shah B1?
No. Oh God, no, not at all.
That's their tank, though.
Bland. Yeah, but nothing quite so bland as that. I'm going with an ARL-44.
Okay, I was surprised you didn't go with the Spanish team, honestly.
With what tanks?
They have the Blue Division High School, and their tanks are interesting.
Yeah, interesting. In the same way that stomach cancer is interesting.
No, they have you have a choice of Panzer IV, Panzer III, Stug Fries, Panzers 1, 2, and 2, the Carlo Vecchio CV-35, and the BT-5 and T-26.
I will say the fan art is quite good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried that Steve found a fan art so quickly.
Some of it I am concerned about. More accurately, I'm concerned about the artist, but I'm not surprised, just disappointed.
Yes.
Um,
This was more so you can make your own
gotten...
team and what vehicles it has. Okay, so if I have it, I am making a British team and I'm getting a Centurion tank.
You can get a Centurion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm going for Centurion.
How is there?
Maybe
Yeah,
Conqueror if I'm feeling really mean, I'll go for Conqueror tank.
If it's my team, I am going to create a what's the word? Come on, fleet engage brain. I'm going to create a multinational team, but I'm going to pick up the rejects. I'm going to have a Shah 2C. I'm going to have a Mouse. I'm going to have an FM. I'm going to have a FMC1. I'm going to have R35s. I'm going to have Lervers. I'm going to have I think I can get away with having half tracks.
Rules. There are rules in the Master Arms. There are rules. There are rules.
Speed.
I am worried.
I am speed. Let's have a look. Rules. Here we go. All right. Show me my Okay. Yeah. Elimination. May not field more vehicles than the number designated by the league. Vehicles whose designs were complete for August 15, 1945. Vehicles that had begun prototype trials by that date. Vehicles whose construction was planned using any materials available before that aforementioned date. Okay. Fair enough.
Gentlemen, I'm going to kick us down the road from this question so we can...
Okay, fair enough.
Knocking along. RG, follow up on my China question. The tonnage is divided into era-specific treaty-compliant vessels. How does the scenario change? It doesn't. The U.S. and U.K. now have to deal with pretty much an equal peer.
Before we jump on too far, can I just defend my choice dragon of the Centurion? Because the Centurion went into production in November 1945. It was prototyped well before August the 15th, 1945, and designed. So I'm allowed Centurion tanks.
Never play rules lawyer with a historian. You'll lose.
Yeah.
Also, apparently there is a team which does have a Centurion Mark 1, so yeah, I'll have a Centurion Mark 1. I will have a reliable, good tank that I will take everyone out in, and I will just have all of them will be Centurions. I'm not going to have a team of tanks, I'm just going to have Centurions. And we'll call ourselves the Centurions. Anyway, follow-up China question. Tonnage is divided into specific...
That goes across the visor and goes ding, 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 ding.
Beep.
Oh. No one went for the Tog. No, the Tog is a good tank, but no one went for it. Mainly because it's too crew heavy. Centurion is lied, Conqueror isn't. Well, I've got the Centurion, I'm happy. Conqueror.
The conch. The conch.
Oh.
You must enjoy the conch.
Hang on.
Enjoying the conch is mandatory.
Get conked.
Enjoying the conch is mandatory.
The concrete is.
You don't get to say no. And enjoying. I'm putting that on a shirt as well.
The second part's been handed in, and that's the last question. RG, the vessels of the Imperial German Navy, built and unbuilt in the afterlife, get enraged at the 1999 German, resurrect themselves, and head to bombard Wilhelmshaven. How are things changed? Assuming the ships invite the Entente.
Well, assuming the ships invite the Allies. First of all, there's a lot of confused murmuring since these are not ship goals; these are just ships. So, at first there's an awful lot of confusion.
If you bombard Wilhelmshaven, how much are you going to achieve? You might think.
Oh, I do somewhere have. There's a list on naval history of where all the German ships were on the kind of 1st of September. I think quite a lot of them were at Wilhelmshaven.
Yes. Quite a lot of them were.
Yeah, they had the Admiralschiff, the Emden, the Königsberg, the Leipzig, the Nürnberg, 7 destroyers and 6 torpedo boats there. Brunsbüttel had Gneisenau and Scharnhorst. Kiel had Admiral Hipper and Köln. Whilst at sea they had Graf Spee and Deutschland and 16 U-boater. I may or may not be have this kind of stuff for alternate timelines I'm trying to work out. In this one, which I was going back to for that, I'm up to January 1941. I'm trying to work out what Operation Excess is like if the Italians don't invade Greece. Sorry.
Now, I would. Ooh. It's how have things changed. If you sink the German fleet, then Norway doesn't happen. If Norway doesn't happen, as I said before, whilst the fall of France probably still does happen, and if Norway doesn't happen, then that's going to significantly, because I can put it this way: even a neutral Norway is a problem for Germany.
This was covered very nicely in the video Dr. Clarke did with me on Ramblings a while ago. Norway is bad.
Neutral Norway is bad, and neutral Norway is bad, and even a neutral Norway. You see, the Germans, the main route they get into the North Atlantic, and one of the main assistance they have in the North Atlantic is being able to go up the Norwegian coast in relative safety. Neutral Norway, where Britain can buy the iron ore from Sweden through, Britain will do that. A neutral Norway where to stop the Germans getting it. They will Britain will bend over backwards, will buy more iron ore than they need. They will build battleships because of that iron ore. They'll be getting so much iron ore, high quality Swedish ore, into their smelters. They will be churning out everything they can. They will never run short of armor or steel. But saying that, and I am saying that one, it's going to be quite a difficult time. You know, if you have this fleet turned up, they're bombarded, what are they going to do afterwards? What's going to happen afterwards is the question.
Yeah. Because if these ships are sent in, that raises a lot of can of worms.
Well, it does mean that in a nicer way you've got more than enough ships to deal with the Bismarck if ever that comes out. Let's be honest, if you've got a whole
Yeah.
host of sentient ships that, again, did the Germans send in and deploy anything? Did they stop with bombarding Wilhelmshaven, or did they use the fact that Germany has barely any submarines? They have a whole host of other ships with them, because if you've taken up all the destroyers and all the other vessels with them...
I mean, I would also point out that the sentient ships also include German U-boats as well from the First World War.
Yeah. So, in the nicest way...
Like, and also, a lot of these
Germany's
ships
now
are shallow enough to get to Berlin. They
Yeah.
can go up the rivers and canals and get to Berlin.
This is just... Yeah, it's just beyond the scope. Realistically, of
Yeah,
how much... It's going to change everything massively, and it's also going to cause a lot of people to confuse. Also, there's going to be people looking at the past Royal Navy fleets and going... If the German fleet can come back, can the Royal Navy come back?
Mm-hmm.
Might change some British government's actions towards navies. You know, CVA-1 probably gets built and a few other things because the government's just going,
Yeah.
no, we don't piss off the Navy. Right, then the machine spirits will return.
Yes, we do not want the machine spirits to return. We do not annoy them. We do not annoy the angry boat. Angry boat may do angry boat things. We don't want that. Look what happened to Germany.
And then just as a final, because apparently it got cut off by the question closed. Montana asks, what if the British allowed the Germans to keep sailets in addition to the ships they would otherwise keep in Versailles?
So what is that? Let me just have a poke. What if the British allowed to keep sailets?
If they're allowed to keep a vessel the level of sailets, then in the nicest way, the British are going to demand Germany and Brazil and all the other countries and Turkey are members of the treaty system, which is probably going to add in a level to the treaty system, which could cause things to be very interesting, because basically Britain is going to be very worried about what they can replace sailets with. This is one of the reasons why the Treaty of Versailles is written as it is. One of the reasons why the Germans left the ships they are is because they're very specifically restricted to replacing the ships they have. And the thing is, if they have a sailets, they're allowed to replace the sailets,
which is an asset that could be very, very capable.
Yeah.
Right, it has gone 12 o'clock for me. I do have to get up somewhat early to do other things.
Okay.
As always, it has been a massive pleasure. I hope you've all enjoyed having me here.
Before you go, we should just answer Foxo's question. I think before you go, you should answer Foxo's question. And while you're looking at Foxo's question, I'm going to answer Jonathan Moon's question, which is, do you have any idea when Victory might be ready? I'm just looking for the latest update. New masts. They were removed in 2021. And they will probably be replaced. They've been replaced, and it's probably going to be part of a 20-year-long conservation project. So, honestly, I don't expect. I wouldn't be surprised if the masts and things are back in place. If masts and those things are back in place on Victory in about, well, I'm guessing
okay, so
it's going to be about 20. Possibly 2055. It's probably going to be for the 250th anniversary. They'll be probably back well in time for that, so I'm guessing it's going to be a few years earlier than that. And as 20 years started in 2021, at least 2041 they'll be probably back, if not a bit earlier. But it's going to be a while. Now, Desert Foxo's question. What are you thinking, Fleet?
Well, you've handed the RN 4 incredibly powerful capital units. There's going to be a lot of sideways glances at Incomparable being there. But Conqueror, Thunder, and St. Vincent are all just very powerful, fast battleships. and will be used as the most potent units of the Royal Navy.
Honestly, let's be
gonna...
honest. The Italians and the Germans are currently having consumption fits, and the Japanese are in
having kittens.
Yes, because the Japanese are building Yamatos, and there's now that lot in service. The Americans are probably also going, "Excuse me."
I mean, Incomparable's taking Hood's place. Just simple as Hood's going in for a refit now that Incomparable exists.
Well. Let's be honest. I'm looking up Conqueror in World of Warships as her speed and the speed of these ships and how fast they can go.
Conqueror is 29.5 knots.
Yeah, I think they're all pretty much... They're all fast ships, aren't they?
Yep, they're all fast battleships.
That's the slowest. 29.5 knots is the slowest.
In nicest way, that you've just made the life for things like Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, the Littorios very, very difficult. Because any one of those added onto the fleets is going to maximise them. You have a couple of those sitting as part of the British force in the home fleet. That's going to really worry people. And it's also going to give you a lot more fast ships. Suddenly the Royal Navy has gone from having basically 3 fast ships to having 7 fast ships.
Yes, which have a variety of 16.5, 18-inch, or 20-inch guns.
Yeah.
How is Bismarck? Should we cry in Bismarck?
Bismarck isn't in 1937. Bismarck isn't even under construction yet. This is the thing. They appear in multiple in 1937. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are under construction. Bismarck ain't. Tirpitz ain't.
And probably won't be, actually, given what needs to be, given what they need to be to actually. I mean, if we're incredibly lucky, and the Germans possess slightly more than one brain cell between them, they will let the same team that designed the Scharnhorst design the Bismarcks, using the Bismarck's tonnage. And we might get something that, and I'm sure Dr. Clarke have discussed this before, if the Bismarcks aren't designed by committee but are designed by the same team that came up with the Scharnhorsts, we might actually get something that, well, won't die immediately when confronted by the most powerful of British capital ships in this world.
Which I'm currently weighing up figures where it's St. Vincent, Thunder, or Conqueror.
They're about equal.
I don't think I want to fight either of those in Bismarck.
Well, it will. Well, if we're lucky, Bismarck will be a ship of 10 to 12 15-inch guns doing 30 knots. If we're lucky and the Scharnhorst design team have their way.
Yeah.
Which at that point is just about within shouting distance of some of these ships, and is flat out superior to a KGV. It is actually a ship worthy of, some of the myth behind it.
Oh, yeah.
But then you've still got the elephant in the room of the new generation of Royal Navy capital ships.
We've also got the fact that these appear in 1937. The Royal Navy now has to build up to them.
Yep.
And if you think Henderson doesn't have designs for the improved ships sitting around ready to go, rather than the King George V's, he does. So it depends when, because the King George V class are all laid down in 1937. They are, let's see. You have King George V and Prince of Wales laid down in January 1937. Duke of York, May 1937, and Anson and Howe are June and July 1937. So, if these appear in January 1937, whilst you probably get KGV and Prince of Wales laid down as is, there is an argument as to whether you get whether you get Duke of York and Anson and Howe laid down as is.
No, the KGV will end up being a class of 2. Yeah. Just because there's the Royal Navy is not going to stop the construction of those ships.
No.
Because, well, the hulls have been laid down. Let's get it done. We need modern capital ships. But the other ships will not be.
Maybe Duke of York, maybe, because she was ordered technically in November 1936 and is laid down May 1937. But Anson and Howe are ordered in April 1937.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not doing that. You're not building. You are now that you're probably skipping. Kingdom of Fifth Class probably ends up being a class of 3, and you're probably skipping straight onto a Lion class design of at least 9 16-inch guns. Maybe more, because maybe bigger guns, because if the world is letting these things come in, so you've got 20-inch guns and 16.5-inch guns and 18-inch guns, then you might go for something.
Yep. Right. I really do have to go and do the sleep now, gents. I will see you all.
That's, of course, before we consider Cochrane Radar's advanced fire control systems and radars and air defences.
Yes.
You add
I will
those
see
onto
you all
Bruships
tomorrow.
It's just gonna be fun.
Oh God, no! No, it gets worse. It gets worse.
Yeah. It's just gonna be fun. The scenario for the Mediterranean suddenly turns into a very nasty place for aircraft and
funny.
ships.
That is funny. Right. Good night, everyone. Good night, Clarke. See you all tomorrow.
Yeah,
Doodles.
good night, all. Have nice rest of chats and everything.
All right.
I have work tomorrow. So,
Good luck. Good
I
luck,
don't
Dan.
know if I have to work tomorrow because we get inclement weather tomorrow.
yeah,
Really?
Yay.
it's just frosty weather here. Yeah. Catch you later. Nice to chat.
Take care, Dan.
Bye.
Take care. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. Has Fleet actually left?
No, yes, no, maybe.
According
He's
to the
still in
chat.
chat.
No. Yeah, according to the chat, he's still there. Fleet's not gone yet. So, thank you everyone
Typical
for watching.
host enjoyer behavior.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you're enjoying these. I don't know how long we've ended up doing this evening because I had to break it off in the middle because of
Started at
basically
14:30, almost 5 hours.
Stream Deck
Despite my
updating
best
mucked
effort.
up OBS and everything else at the same time because it's all connected. Just for the fun of it. Just for the fun of it. Oh well. So, thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed, and, yeah. I hope you enjoy tomorrow's video, which is supposed to be, if it's uploaded and sorted out, HMAS Vampire. And then there is 2 historians, which I'm supposed to be recording tomorrow, which will be next week's video. But we'll see what happens. Supposed to be recording tomorrow, he says. Supposed to be recording tomorrow. It's always fun, that one. It's always supposed to be, because again, people have, through no fault of anyone's own, people have things go wrong, and they go, I can't do this, and so you have to reschedule it. That's the thing which causes delays occasionally to historians. It's getting everyone to work together. But I am talking to a few people, so there should be a good 2 historians coming up soon. All right. Yeah, Gerrig, speed of a ship is always more to do with length to beam ratio, hull form, and power than it is necessary on weight. Because you've got the 100,000 ton US plus US, 100,000 plus US ton plus US, 100,000 ton plus US Navy aircraft carriers, which go, well, how fast do you want to go? Anyway, take care of
Where speed is purely a function of how much you need to save the machinery versus how quick you get there.
Yes. Where speed is a function of when are we due to replace these shafts? Because we're going to wear them out. That was the thing with Enterprise when she went full speed. She wore out her shafts. That was the issue. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Take care and have fun. Toodles. Thanks for on.
No worries. Thank y'all.
Thank you.